Okay, let's blow the horn for these individuals. Let's blow the horn for them. Alrighty. We're gonna blow the horn for Murdoch. Murdoch is up 735 times two. Great job. E when it creates pre-market. Yo, this dude is hilarious, dog. Yo, this dude is hilarious, bro. This dude's
Yeah, your shit hitting on like the eval pass, bro.
this shit
Straight
crazy.
up.
Shit
Yeah,
crazy.
boy, Yoda.
Shit crazy. Done as well on two types as accounts for the day with a P&L of 800. Great job, WP. Great job. Great job. Alrighty. Eva has to pay. Yeah, nah, that shit is like 100%. Shit is crazy. Anyway, yeah. Great job. Great job. Great job, guys. Great job. All right. So what we got? Oh, Jack said he TP'd. Okay, good, Jack. I was a little bit nervous, Jack. I'm not gonna lie. It was good you shorted and TP'd there. All right. What we got? Cause this right here is the overall drawn liquidity. I'm gonna be honest. How how they going about doing it has yet to be seen. I'm being honest with you. But I don't want to get in the way of them before they complete this objective. Let me put this let me put this right here as well. Doubtful we get here today though. There's a gap fill right there. Less than. Gap fill. 9/10. Because it was today. Alrighty. Look at that. This feels heavy. Whoa. I just seen that. This looks heavy as shit. Okay, guys, listen. What's today? Wednesday? CPI is Thursday. Guys, listen. This will be sent out tonight. If they do this, if they pull this back into here and if they start targeting lower levels of liquidity and doing something like this, they're going to target. They're going to target. Guys, they're just going to shoot this higher on Thursday. If you want this market to pull back in any significant manner, you need for them to take this out. And you need for them to take this out over here. So don't be fooled. Do not be fooled. If they decide to pull this market back today, that just tells me that this is bullish. That they will then be saving it for a later time. That's just my analyzation. And that has proven to be true 100% of the time so far. Because that's just what they keep doing. That's how they keep going to new all-time high to all-time high. Because an all-time high it's called a poor man's all-time high. It's just not established during the New York session. The New York session is the king. It's not going to be established with the pajama traders. Guys, guys, I'm not talking about for like a day or two or even a week. Guys, I'm talking about for like several like months to come or for like a decent change in trend. It cannot the trend is not going to change unless like we have like almost like a blow off top or like a shoot up during New York session and then they fully reverse it. They're flipping this bullish now. What we got? Good job, Jack. Are you about the long NQ? He says, Will says, no, not really. Because NQ is looking weak in comparison to ES, and ES is just hanging out up here at the top. This shit looks heavy as shit. The only reason on as to why, the only reason as to why I think this market is not flushing through this floor right now is because of this data wick high right here. It is because this all-time high right here was established during the pre-market. Otherwise, I would be considering shorts. So no, I think this market is heavy. I think it's top heavy. So, and then on top of that, we're directly nestled in between a 1-5 and a 1-5 and a 15-minute Mississippi. And they've just been doing exactly what I've told you that they've been doing. Like they'll shoot it up and then they'll just do sideways in this. And this right here is exactly why you can't have continuation plays on PPI, because they'll shoot it up and make it look bullish and then they'll dump it and reverse it like this. So this is what I meant. And that's why I was trying to figure out why I was losing money like 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago, like 3 years ago, trading PPI, trading on a day like today. So that's why I back tested it so that I could understand how to navigate it. You see what I'm talking about as far as like the continuation plays? Look, green candle dump, and then they immediately follow it right back. This is going to be heavily prevalent on a day like today, and especially considering VIX is low. So you got two things working against you. VIX is extremely low, and then also we are deep. We are balls deep into the double positive HVL. That means that the market maker is going to be hedging all of the orders that come through that the algorithm is trying to book. So every buy or sell order, every buy order is immediately going to be met with a sell order, and every sell order is immediately going to be met with a buy order. That's what suppresses volatility. Whenever we flip that level, sell orders will be met with sell orders, and buy orders will be met with buy orders. What is the VIX? Mike said that's wild. What's wild, Mike? Which part of what I said was wild? Are you talking about PPI, or are you talking about HVL? Most people are not aware about HVL. The market completely changes its behavior whenever we surpass past HVL. How they hedge it. Yeah. Look it up. Most people don't understand that. Guys, that's why volatility is suppressed. That's why, like, when we're deep in the positive HVL, that's why, like, guys, that's why, like, the market tends to, like, look like this. That's why, like, green candles are met by, that's why you see chop. Because the market maker is hedging itself. It's responsible for like, if a $10 million order comes in on QQQ, then it has to meet it with the same size order across a different indice, or preferably the same one if it can. So they might hedge. So it might hedge itself with orders across NQ, or it might hedge itself with, what puts on the options chain. I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't necessarily mean it's buying and selling at that exact same second, but it's going to hedge itself. Like, look at this candle right here. This huge candle came in, and they immediately hedged it the exact same amount. But people don't understand that. This market has a behavior pattern. There's a reason for everything on us why this market's doing what it's doing. But people don't understand that, and then they're just blindly doing shit, and then they get lucky, and they think they know what they're doing, but they don't. I'm just being honest. It's hedging itself. That's why this candle is looking like this. It's hedging itself. Green, red. Green equal green, red. It's hedging itself. Red, green, red, green, red, green, sideways action. Green, red, green, red, green, red. Huge buy up, and then they just tapered it off. Look, huge buy up, and then they tapered it off. It's hedging itself consistently, nonstop. But that's only when we're in when we're in positive HVL. And that level gets updated on a daily basis. So whenever we flip that level, you'll start to see succeeding candles like this. And then, like, the market will stop and it'll shoot up really quickly like this. And if we're deep in the negative HVL, then all pops almost get sold off instantaneously. Like, huge pops get sold off. It's literally almost like the opposite in positive HVL. Anyway, yeah, look at this. This huge pop and they just gave it all back up. But they were trying to target this data wick low right here. It was programmed in order to take this out. That was all that they wanted to do here. It was programmed to take this out, and it's programmed to take this out too. But how they get there is the huge question that needs to be answered. How they go about doing that is how they go about doing that is not our job to find out. How they go about doing that is it is our job to align ourselves with that or against it after they've done that. Hmm. That's a very important thing to understand. And that's your only job. Your job is not to predict where they're going to go. They're going to go where they're going to go regardless. Your job is to either align yourself with it. Well, that doesn't mean we're right here and you full port it to try and make 0.1%. And then you risk a full blown percent dump on your head top. That's not good risk management. So they have to give you a trade that you feel comfortable with taking while you still feel as though that they're trying to accomplish what they're trying to accomplish. So you can ride a small portion of the wave and you get out. Or you wait for them to accomplish an objective, digest it, and then start to target something else. And then you align yourself with that new objective to manage your risk because they've just completed a major objective. There's nothing else to this trading game other than that. Nothing else. I didn't get that from ICT or anybody. Like I just came with that understanding. There's there's nothing else to this game other than that. Anything else is just going to be confusing. That is all that you're doing. If you were trying to do anything else other than what I said, it is not going to work out for you because you will not be able. This market will destroy you and it will blow up your accounts if you are trying to go against what it is trying to accomplish. You might get lucky, but it will come to collect if you keep doing that over and over again. So you're going to have to understand that. All jokes aside, you will. All this aside, you're going to have to understand that seriously. Mike says how they hedge it. Yeah, it's wild, Mike. People don't understand it. That's all what they're doing. Not doing anything more. Stop. You're gonna blow the account. I'm just being for real. Yeah, I know, right? I tell people that all the time. Envy. Shorts. They haven't really given me any indication as to why I should short this shit. Cause I I was cautious yesterday because we almost got fucked yesterday by trading that time distortion. They was hitting us randomly with time distortion yesterday. Stop. You're gonna blow the account. I'm just being for real. I love saying that. Cause it's true, bro. It gets people attention. Cause like when I say that, it makes them go, "Oh my goodness, I'm doing that." Uh-huh. I have been blowing up my accounts. Maybe I should stop. Stop. It's true. Motherfuckers be over ledger. I'm motherfuckers. He's envy says. Okay. He says I'm motherfuckers. Hmm. At least you admit it, envy. There's nothing wrong with that, bro. There's not, bro. Listen. For that reason, you at least know how you need to improve. Brandon's laughing. It's true, dude. I know y'all must think that I got like an embarrassment kink or something, because like I'd be like, damn, I was a dumbass. I was tripping. No, it's like because I've noticed that when I used to go, man, I was right. Man, this market tripping. I never improved. It was literally not until I said, bro, what was I doing? Like, I was tripping. Why would I do that? I'm not gonna do that no more. Or man, I was being a dumbass until I actually began to improve. But I'm talking about with this, but because this is absolute. Like, there's nothing that you can do to defute this. And then, like, when you're wrong, it's not like you can keep doing what you've been doing and then it'll change. The market doesn't give a fuck if you ever learn. So you can keep giving money away endlessly, nonstop, and never be profitable. You have to acknowledge it and look at yourself and and reflect and go, man, I was tripping. Okay, what do I need to know and so that I can improve on this, so I can practice and work on this? If not, it's never going to change. Put your account on ice. Yeah, I always say, put your account on ice, Matt. Put it on. Yeah, like I always say, Matt, put it on ice. Guys, listen. While you're learning here, when you join, you just need to be trading with a demo, or you need to be getting one PA account, one funded. Oh no, I'm sorry, not one eval, and you need to start to understand that, guys. You can learn how to master trading, and you don't need to blow up no money, guys. These sales gonna be here, man. Guys, even Apex has a behavior pattern. Every now and then they run a 90% off. Most times that are not now they're running at 80% off. Like, and then like right before a major news, not right before a major news driver where they know a lot of people blowing up their accounts, they'll take away the sale and like they'll do only a 50% off sale to make you pay $100. So you got to think ahead of time. You know, stuff like that on a major holiday like July 4th or like a Labor Day or a Christmas, expect a major sale. So you know, eval instant pass 2 or 3 times a month. All of this stuff so guys, look, y'all not gonna miss out. So if you like, man, he already started the 1K challenge. I might as well wait, bro. No, well, I might as well wait to learn. No, learn now so that you can prepare for the next one because we're gonna do it again. Shit, we just started anyway, so you're not missing out on nothing. It's better to learn with your money in your pocket than it is to learn whenever you licking your wounds with a blown account or tens of thousands of dollars in the hole because you're trying to piece together some strategies on Reddit. What did I tell you about continuation plays? Look what they're doing. They burst this out, and on a normal day, they probably would have shot this, but they immediately pulled it back. Guys, PPI has a behavior pattern on a day like today. Look at what they're doing. Look. And they're probably going to continue this trend after that candle. But that doesn't mean I'm going to take this trade because we're directly in a 15-minute SIBI. So they could dump this at any given moment on my head top. And I don't have any imbalance in here to trade off of, not since 10 o'clock. There's nothing here. They didn't even come down here and retest this 1 and this 5. So I don't, and then it's right in a huge 15-minute SIBI. So I got nothing here. So like if they just dance this around and then they do nothing, then they just do nothing without me. Look at this. Look at ES. Look, we haven't done nothing. ES hasn't taken out the data wick low or the data wick high. We're just dancing around in here. No high probable setups for me. I'm not trading no minis. SPY didn't take the data wick low like NQ did. Yeah, one thing that you'll notice is the data wick highs and lows are more. The data wick highs and lows are more. How do I put this? They have a stronger magnet on NQ. The only reason why I have this data wick high up here on SPY is because that's the all-time high break. So that has a huge magnet. So that has two magnets in one. Data wick high, and that's the all-time high that was established during the pre-market. So what I am thinking is this. What I'm thinking is this. If they pull this market back today, if they do that, they're going to shoot this shit on Thursday. And then they're probably going to shoot it up, liquidate everybody, and then do gap fill Thursday on Thursday. And then dump it. If they pull it back today and then CPI comes in a little toasty, they'll probably dump it a little bit on CPI. And then they'll do gap fill Thursday in the opposite direction and shoot it, and then probably take out this all-time high, and then fully liquidate everybody. Like that would actually hurt the most amount of people. Actually, now that I think about it, it's 50-50, 50-50, 50-50. Because we've been going up to today's the third day in a row, so the perfect storm is brewing. Because there's a lot of people waking up and getting super bullish, and because they like the body all-time high. So I'd probably say 60. The first option is probably 60% as of right now. A little bit higher percentage that they do that. In this situation, what would you see use as confirmation that the market is going to your objectives? Hmm. They got to show me something, Brandon. They got to show me some imbalances being created and formed. Um, what I just told you just doesn't really have anything to do with technicals. It just has everything to do with just the psychological pattern of this algorithm and the psychological pattern of how this market moves, and just the fundamental side, which is the psychological aspect. In a sense, I would say that has nothing to do with with them coming up here in balances and this and that and then doing this and then and all of that shit. That's the technical side. I'm talking about I'm talking about how they like to feast on people. So for me, we're at the all-time high or the all-time high on SPY, ES, and SPX. So I have to take it piece by piece. So whenever they start to show me certain objectives, like for example, like if they dump this, and like if I and it's like when they dump this, if I wasn't getting set up on my computer on a pullback like this, I would have figured that they would have started to then target this data wick low. So I would have shorted this up in here like this. So then target this data wick low because they started to show me that they were getting ready to target that data wick low. So that's how you do that. So like for example, if they shoot this up into here and they take this out and they give me a pullback into a 1, 5, and a 15, then I'll long it considering that I think that they're going to then target this data wick high here. But like if they're just dancing around, then I just do nothing. Like this right here is how you blow up your account. Because there's no rhyme or reason on that's why it's doing anything right now. It's just cooling off. And now the same thing with ES. Now they were close to this right here, but they didn't take it out. But they didn't necessarily give me any bullish imbalances where I could necessarily play off specifically. And also because NQ was looking like garbage. So you have to have, so for me, I have to have multiple levels of confirmation. So even though that you could say that, hey, well, they gave you a pullback, why didn't you long in here to try and go higher? I trade NQ, and NQ was directly nestled in between a 1, 5, and a 15-minute SIBI. And NQ was feeling heavy in comparison to ES, if that makes sense. So there's just different things that like I'm looking at. Damn, how close to it was? Yeah. Yep. Good trade. Brian said that makes sense. Thank you. No problem, Brian. I'll be back in like 60 seconds. I gotta go get some water. Hold on. back. Okay, what do we miss? Nothing. Basuda. They've done nothing. Okay, I'm back. This feels kind of heavy to me. Hmm.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's pretty. The downs like
Look
are
at this.
very strong,
They've done nothing
and then
since
we're in
10
the middle
o'clock.
of a
It's 11 o'clock.
15-5. There's a 15 and a 5 minute Sibi that we
Yeah.
pretty much stuck between. So
Yeah, Bedhead says nothing is happening. Dead market. Yes, correct. Nothing is happening right now. Full blown dead market. So you got to be cautious about stuff like this. This market's going to be moving very weird because because we just made a new all time high on SPX and ES. You got to be cautious about trying to navigate these all time highs. I think all time high is the hardest. Excuse me. All time high is the hardest to trade. It is. All time high is the hardest to trade. 100%. It's not even close. Hmm. All time high is the hardest to trade. I'm telling you. Not
I
even.
don't like it.
Yeah, I don't like it either, but I don't like it. I don't like that. Because this is, guys, this is dangerous. This is dangerous. I don't like that. But that's right. I don't like that at all. Um, hmm. I don't like that. The reason why I don't like it, guys, is because NQ is diverging from ES. One. Two, we made an all time high on SPY and SPX. Three, so they just restricted the live. So if you leave, you won't be able to join. Let's see how long are they restricted the live for. Kind of crazy that they like to do that. Let's see how long they restricted the live for. Until 11:11 for 10 minutes. What do I think about the 11:50 macro on a day like today? Hmm. Since I don't know, statistically speaking, it's still 85% of the time. 85% of the time. On a day like today, they're gonna have to give me on a day like today, they're gonna have to give me something where I can sink my teeth into. Um, we're gonna
is there a gap that just formed right there? Or is my screen bugging?
we're on QQQ.
No, on NQ.
No,
That
I don't
17
see
candle.
one.
no,
Okay,
you're
my
not.
bad.
That's just a 1 minute biscuit that just formed. Nothing. It's nothing there. They're just dancing us around here. Um, the only reason as why I don't think that they're fully flush in this market is because of these data with highs above. Um, so hmm, that's why this is a very dangerous day.
They
I
could be
think
saving the flush for tomorrow, right?
um hmm, what I think what I think is I am going to assume until proven otherwise that if they save that data wick high for tomorrow, that they're going to take it out on every major news driver that's coming up. So that's just going to be my mentality until proven otherwise. So on CPI, I expect them to take it out if they leave that uncontested today. Um, and then if they do that, they would hurt a shitload of people by doing Gap Fill Thursday. That would be catastrophic because because people are going to think that this market's going to go to all time high, and then they're literally only going to use it as fuel in order to take out that data wick high. and then they're just gonna fully reverse this shit on Gap Fill Thursday and dump it, and then just target all of the and just sweep all of the liquidity that they've been engineering for the last 3 days, like this. Look at this liquidity that they've just been engineering for the last 3 days. Look at this shit. They'll probably gap it up into here and go like 650. Excuse me. They'll probably they'll probably gap it up into here and go like gap it up and go like 655 and then do this shit. And I'm gonna be honest, that shit is gonna be so crazy where like I might not even participate. Cause that's gonna be crazy. So Blaze says, I want that dump for real. Yeah. So if you got some if you're looking at some weekly puts or something like that, I might that might be beneficial. Mm. That might be something you can do. Because if they gap that shit up, I will be fully expecting them to dump that shit within 24 to 48 hours. Fully, but you got to give yourself at least a few days, just in case, because anything can happen, right? But that'll be crazy. I don't give a damn about what that data says. Seems to me like they're keeping this market elevated for power. You could do anything. Got to be on alert. Hold on. Let's check out on TikTok. Okay. I already spoke to Michelle, but I wonder how she's doing. How you doing, Michelle, on TikTok? Just to get the engagements up. Michelle, how you doing? Kenny says, man, I bet the VIX is low. Yeah, VIX is at below 15. It's 14.8. This is crazy. How you doing, Michelle? Envy, how you doing? You doing all right? You took any trades today? Michelle says, great. Good job. Alex, you took any trades today? Alex with the dog in the profile. Brandon, what about you? You just watching? Matt, you watching? What's going on, man? Matt, you've been staking me up for 2 months, 3 months. Waiting for a solid setup. Me too. Trevor says, oh, Trevor, what's going on, Trev? Yo, Jay says, what's up, Jay? You getting the engagements up. All right. Michaela, how you doing, Michaela, Selena? Anna Lopez, I haven't seen you or Michaela before. How are y'all doing? KJ's been here for about a week or so. I'm starting to get used to him. What's up, Paul and Takeo? How you doing, Paul? You still in Lulu? I'm down like 6%, Jack says. I'm about to answer that, Jack. Vix Tell, what's up, man? Roy is my man. I like Roy. Roy is a part of the community. He likes tuning in. Yeah. He's always on the road, but he likes tuning in. Dang, what's up? Dang Juan. John Widgets, you've been in here for a little while. What's up, John? And anyone else I can't see your name because y'all ain't been liking the stream and y'all ain't been interacting. So like, guys, if you like the stream and like if you interact, then I can see your name and like I can memorize you and I can know who you are. I have a decent memory when it comes to stuff like this, so I'll remember. I'm on move and just watch right now, Mickey. Oh, that's Mickey. Oh, what's up, Mickey? So you're Mickey from Discord. Okay, it's Mickey. Oh, yeah, Mickey, how you doing? Supporting from TikTok. Okay, I like that, Mickey. Powell is not announcing cuts tomorrow. Just talking. Thought they said Tuesday or Wednesday. No. The federal interest rate decision. I think it's next Wednesday. So next Wednesday. Next Wednesday. All right. Alex said, yeah. Yeah to what, Alex? You took some trades today? Or yes, and you're just doing good? Which one? Jay says, yo, created a new TikTok. Wanted to start posting. Okay. So that's Jay from Discord. Okay. So you were Jay Jab. You said want to start posting. Okay. Took a lot of trades, but they were all green. Or B's. So I can't complain. Still up on the day. Or break even, so I can't complain up on the day. Okay, good job. Good job, Envy. You still in Lulu? I'm down like 6%. I'm about to answer that right now. I'll be on one and missed entry. I break even on one and missed entry by one tick on another. Okay. What's up, Vix? How's the group chat going, Vix? VX. Okay. I've already given you like 6K likes. You have? I appreciate that, Envy. Yeah, I know. That's how Envy. I appreciate that, man. That's how I know that you're in here, because when you like it, it ranks you. So you're ranked second, and Michelle is ranked first. So yeah, I can tell. Give like 4 more K likes. He says. Friday, I meant. Nah. The interest rate decision is always on a Wednesday, so they're going to cut rates on that. And I think that that's going to be the summary of economic projections. I think, but I got to double check. But they're going to cut. They are going to cut rates this upcoming time. It's going to be probably about 25 basis points. Yes, sir. Following on both. Good job. Thanks, man. If you're not a part of the family, you're missing out. Let's go. Yeah, Michelle, for sure. We just got off for the day. Okay, nice. I over leveraged on that losing trade yesterday, so I lost a little bit more than I'm comfortable with. Okay, at least you admit it. We're trying to put a little sum together, though. So a little sum together. Yeah, I see. Made most of it back just by good RR. Okay, good. Good job, Envy. Good job. Great job. Great trade. So to answer that question, yeah, man. Yeah, man. I'm down on I'm down on the goddamn Lulu. I'm down on a Lulu something decent. Yeah. I bought about another. I averaged down just a little bit. I bought $10,000 more today at 165.40. I bought $165.40. So I averaged down a little bit more than Lulu. I'm willing to hold this for a few months. I'm about $120,000 deep on Lulu. That's all right. I'm willing to hold 3 to 6 months. I'm willing to hold for up to 6 months on this. Not everything is a get rich quick scheme. That's why it's called swing trading. I'm willing to hold. I made 3K today, aggressively scalping with volume fixed profile. Okay, not bad, Bubs. Good job, Bubs. Great job on my express. Okay, good job, Bubs. I bought NVIDIA at 168. I'm up. Lulu was a nice buy, too. Yeah. Yeah, they're shitting the bed now. They're shitting the bed now. Bro's obsessed he found Lulu in the market pattern the other day. Oh, really? Really, Brandon? Oh, you're talking about the market pattern. Yeah. The Lulu. Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. He said, what's Lulu? Bub said, what's Lulu? What are you thinking today? What's NQ going to do? Will says. Oh, right now, they're dancing around, so they could shoot this or they could dump this. So we got to wait for them to decide. That's what we're doing right now, bro. We got to exercise patience. Patience will get us the monies. Mm-hmm. What's Lulu, he says? The leggings, Bubs. The leggings. The woman's leggings, man. Have you never seen women wear Lululemon? Bubs? Have you never seen that before? Have you never found attractive whenever you see women wear Lululemon? Never seen that? He said, oh, yeah, ask the wifey. Oh, yeah, hey, ask her or ask your girl. You know, I was going to say, if you don't know nothing about no woman's leggings, you might not know the name, but I know for a fact you've seen some woman with some leggings and it caught your eye, my boy. Bubs is laughing. Yeah, mm-hmm. You might not know the name, but shit, you know what it look like. You know what it look like. I bet you got it memorized by heart. You might not know what the Lulu is, but you might not know what the Lulu is, but you know what the Lulu is. Mm-hmm. Barcode Killer says, I wonder what item would come up if we scanned it. Probably whole milk. Whole milk. Probably what item would come up if we scan this barcode? Hmm. 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 What item would come up? Probably a trash can. Just a normal 30-gallon trash can. 10. 10 trash can. Garbage. Basura. That is trash and basura. But also, your account will be trash if you try and trade this. That's what'll probably come up. Lulu. Oh my goodness. Is that what I think it is? Is that what I spy with my little eye? I think so. Kid is right. I think that that's a pattern. And it is only bullish because I am long. Kid is right. That is a L, and that is a U, and that is a L, and that is a U. Especially that last U. Hmm. Yes, sir. Jay says, yo, so I want 800 to 1,000 away from passing 40 Vel accounts. What you recommend? Are you J187 from Discord? Is that you? Because I think so. Yeah. Yeah, because I don't know no J with three Ys. So, yeah, that's got to be you, Jay. Okay, good. So, yeah, so I could talk to you because you're my boy. I just had to double check because you're in Discord and on TikTok at the same time. What I recommend you doing, brothers, I recommend you to continue to take solid A plus setups. That's what I recommend, and I don't think you should change anything differently. I don't think that you should downsize at all. I think you should only downsize if you like $20 away, or $100 or less. Yes, that's what I would. Yes, that's what I would recommend, Jay. I recommend that whatever account you have, let's just do the Eva Instant Pass on those. And you don't want to do Eva Instant Pass with accounts that are $800 to $1,000 away. Why would you want to do that? You've already done the hard work and you $800 away. That ain't nothing but a couple more days. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I figured it was you because you got three Y's in your name. Yeah. So, with that being said, to answer maybe a question from earlier, hey, what makes you? I think someone said, hey, what makes you know what to do whenever they start doing something? Because because they start to reveal their hand to me. So they're just so this right here is just telling me that they're not coming here right now, which is okay. They're just going to do it next time. I don't care if they go up or down. Why? Because I'll just align myself with what they got going on. The next objective, at a minimum, is here. Now, is this other data wick high? So is the data wick low? This right here is the next objective. This right here is the next objective. So instead of them taking out the data wick high, it looks to me as though that they're coming for the data wick low. Hmm. You guys see, I hope that you guys are starting to understand that you shouldn't give a shit if this market goes up or down. Data low. Yes, I spelled it incorrect on purpose. Data low. So there's a data wick low right there. So they're doing the most obvious thing and the least obvious way to hurt the most amount of people. They shot it up here, teased this, and now they're dumping it to now target this. And I just align myself with it as such. They're gonna sweep this. So they're gonna target this. When they target that, what are they then what can they then do? Because you have to be able to read this market. They're not gonna stop immediately right there. They're probably gonna flush it down into here and maybe find something down here at this 1.5 and this 15. Okay. So they'll probably do something like that. So I'll look. So I'll look at. I will look and I will see where that coincides. Where that puts NQ at the time. So I'll look at that and I'll see. And I'll take a look at that. If that makes sense. Hmm. I don't want to put too many alerts down here. But we got this 1, 5, and 15. Look at that. Look at them tap this 1, 5, and 15 and bounce this market up in a straight line. If they give all of this up, and if they sweep this level right here, let me put this right here. Hell and pandemonium will break loose. They might give up the ghost. And if they do that, they're probably going to come here. So I got to watch for that. So what I'm thinking is if they shoot this down here and if they sweep this, and if they give me something where I can manage my risk to a few ticks, then I'll consider that. That's what I'm thinking initially. Or considering that I'm seeing that they're starting to determine the direction that they're trying to go in. If they bounce this, have they created any Mississippi's? So looks to me like they might want to inverse this. They got 10 minutes to do it. Oh, coming up on 11:50 macro in 20 minutes. New trade idea. I want them to flush this. If they flush this, then I'll be looking for a long setup out of the 11:50 macro. Guys, I know you guys are probably thinking, hey, guys, listen. The reason why I'm having patience and I'm trading like this is because I've understood that anything can happen. So even so trading those ICT concepts is great because you have to learn how to trade that so you can understand what's going on. However, I just decided to strip trading down to its chrome. So what I mean by that is I don't need to make 600 or 700 ticks like ICT does. I just figured I just need 25 to 30 or 35 like once or twice a day. And then I copy trade my account. So if I make $500 to $600 a day times 20, I'm at my average of about $10,000 a day. And I figured out that that's plenty of enough for me. I don't need to be in a trade for 2 or 3 hours like ICT to then make 600 or 700%. To make 6,000 or 7,000. Guys, like ICT would see this shit right here and like he would short this shit to then target his data wick low. And ICT would actually still be in his trade right now, and it's for the last 2 hours. So like he would have targeted this and been out fully. So he would have made like 400 ticks. I just don't want to be in a trade for like 2 hours. Or like he'll wait for this to happen, then he'll like see a turtle soup and then like he'll long it. So then to then try and target up into here. But those trades might play out like a couple times a week at the most. So I don't want to make 600 ticks. I'm okay with my little shitty 35 to 40. I'm personally okay with that. So that's what I'm doing. And why? Because that best suits the firm that I'm trading with. If I was on a live cash account, that might be a little bit different. But Apex will penalize you. So like if I'm holding a trade and it starts to shoot up into here, like if I'm up 3,000 on this move here, and I give up half the move, then I'll blow up the account with Apex. It hurts me because the trailing drawdown. So Apex is almost forcing you to scout or to take it off or to take the profits off the table whenever whenever it best presents itself. So you got to be cautious with that. So that's why. And also, it's just allowed me to remove the bias sense of it. You know, I understand the ICT's version as far as bias is concerned, but I stopped giving a shit about if it goes up or down. And whenever I stopped doing that, it was miraculous how clear I started to see this market. Should have 10 P accounts by end of next week. Should be, hopefully. Jay, what do you think it's dropping to? I think that I, I, I I don't know where they could drop to, but I do know that the next draw on liquidity right now is just data wick low. They will then decide what they're going to do whenever they flush this, either here or here. And I'll try and align myself with it within my risk parameters. Of like if they bounce it or if they do something egregious. So that's just that because I can't short this whenever they're doing this because they're not giving you a pullback. Look, they're dumping it, keeping it sideways, and they're just dumping it nonstop. Like, why would I short that move when at any given moment they could just bounce this, and I could get fucked? Guys, professional traders before they enter into a trade, they always ask themselves, they go, how can this seriously hurt me, or what can go wrong if I do this? Guys, you should not be thinking, if I do this, how much money can I make? You need to be thinking, if I do this, how can I seriously be hurt? That's what you need to be thinking first. Oh yeah, definitely taking it slow and steady, Jay says. Traderholics is fire with swing trades. Plus 100 tick moves, he says. No, Traderholics is real good. I gotta watch him trade, but word of mouth is spread. That's how I know who he was before. He's really good. He is really good. He is really, really good with swing trades. He knows how to trade. I don't know which one he likes better, though. I got to ask him. I got to ask him if he likes New York session or Asia better.
No, I was talking to him. He prefers Asia.
Oh, he prefers Asia?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, man. He's really good at Asia. Yeah. I don't like Asia. But that doesn't mean I don't want to learn. If they take out 662, 32 on spot, will they target the next low of 65, 148? What numbers are those? Six five one four eight. He's a beast. Praying to reach Eric in his level of trading. Who? You or Traderholics? Michelle. Because Traderholics don't need to be praying to reach me. I think he's pretty good. Like, well, maybe during New York, but I think he's already understood. I think he already understands a little bit. I'm praying for me. Oh yeah. Oh no, you'll get there for sure. Yeah, cause yeah, you don't gotta pray. You just gotta continue to learn. And I promise you, it's gonna make sense. Like you just have to continue to listen and just continue to learn, and you'll see how it just repeats itself. So this market, so I always like to say this market is like a child, and so like you just have to get used to him. So like once you get used to him, then you can see what he's doing. But you're only gonna see what he's doing if you're around him and if you're looking at him move all the time. And this child acts like a different person for the Asia session, London session, and New York session. And then like you can start to put the pieces of the puzzle together. But you gotta back test it though, and you have to actually study. And you have to be willing to learn, and you have to be willing to study the information. That's why I intentionally have Discord separate from the knowledge community page. And that's why the knowledge community page is so inexpensive. Because it lets me know whether or not that you're willing to learn and whether or not that you care about knowledge first and foremost. And I care about your knowledge first and foremost in your development. That's why I always refer everybody to the knowledge community page. This is a misbehaving child right now. Very much so, Jay. If you can trade in New York, you can trade any session, in my opinion. Yes, I agree, but I think that you need to have the patience, though. 651.48, he says sorry. If they take out, are you talking about if they take out 652.32? What are you talking about? You're going to have to retype that again, Matt, because I don't know what you're saying. I guess 651, but Matt, you're going to have to retype that question out in full again because I don't get that. Michelle says, I'm definitely learning. Yep. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, I know you are because I have personally seen the improvement from you. What's it called? Yeah. Yeah, what's it called? I found a free copy trading add-on for NinjaTrader on their site. Works well. What copy trader is that? Send that in here so I can backtest that. You need to send that in here so I can backtest that. I mean, I'm already $200 down the hole with Ninja with a Replicano for forever, but so I might not switch, but I might be able to recommend people to that. If they take out 652.32 on SPY, will they target the next low of 651.48? I'm assuming that you're looking at the extended trading hours. If they take out 652.32 right here on SPY, will they target the next low of 651.48? I would say this. I would say what has more precedence on it is this. I think this. This is why you need to be looking at ES. I don't think that what's going on with SPY in the pre-market has much weight. What I think, Matt, is if they take out this data wick low right here, that they're gonna flush this shit through this floor, and at a minimum, they're gonna come here or here. And then they might consider sweeping this before they might consider this and then bounce this. But you're going to have to read that in real time because no one knows where they're going to stop whenever they sweep this level. No one knows. So like that's why people that put random limit orders in random places and using trend lines, that's why they blow up their account. So that's why they can never time the market correctly because they just want to be lazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, you don't know you don't know which 15-minute BISI they're gonna stop at. They could stop here or here or here. Or they could stop here, here, and here, and then they could just sweep it because it's a 15-minute BISI and then bounce it and still keep all three of these intact. But by the time they do that, you would have blown up the account. That's why I tell people all the time, like, why are you taking trades off of 1 hour SIBIs and BISIs for when anything can happen in 60 minutes? Why are you taking trades off of, you know what I'm saying? Why are you taking trades off of a 4 hour SIBI or BISI when you only get one full 4 hour candle a day? Why are you doing that? Don't be doing that. So I would be looking at ES more so and looking at the liquidity on ES. And I'll be looking at these 15-minute BISIs right here. And I'll be looking at this data wick low. That's where I think that they're coming to now. And and guys, I'm going to be honest. I don't think that NQ has any rhyme or reason right now. I'm just being 100% for real with you. I don't think NQ has any rhyme or reason. I think that NQ is going to go where ES is going to go. And I think that ES is going to drag NQ along with it. And whenever and then whenever ES decides to stop hunting liquidity to the downside or sell side, then NQ is going to find its footing. And then that's when I think that we can start to seriously dive deep into this market. I'm just being 100% honest with you on that, because there's no rhyme or reason to this right now. They have this liquidity right here and this one that they could actually sweep in like one candle, one or two, like two candles if they wanted to. But that's it. That's what I think. So at a minimum, I think they're coming here now. So they've switched it. So they decided to give up this whole piece in order to target this lower liquidity here. I mean this data wick low right here. Excuse me. But they're not giving you an entry. They're not giving you an entry because they're just doing the sideways continuous squeeze. And like they'll give one candle and then bounce it. One candle, bounce it. So they're intentionally keeping you out of this market. They're not giving you something where you can seriously sink your teeth into. So on a day like today, you're going to have to wait for them to complete an objective. And then once they've completed the objective, and then they've given you confirmation, then you can enter on the trade and then try and catch some of the wave that way. But everything in me is telling me that this thing might get kind of violent to the downside. They're teasing us right here for a reason. So as of right now, until proven otherwise, I don't believe them until they take that out. They have now proven to me that they want to come low and then take out this data wick low. So now they're revealing their cards to me and their hand to me. This is telling me that this market is fully bullish, as in within the short term, not immediate term, within the short term. Because them leaving that data wick high right there tells me that they want us to try and save that for another day. That's dangerous. They are going to take that out. That's what that's telling me. And that reason right there is exactly why I am not married to one idea or the other. That reason right there is why I don't give a fuck about being right or wrong. I don't care. I don't care if they go up or if they go down. If they go down, then that just tells me that they're just trying to target something else. And then I look and I see and I go, oh, there's a data wick low right there. That's where they're trying to go. I'm not only long biased, and I go, man, they got to come up here, so let me full port this. If I bought any time on this pullback, I would have blown up my account. But I avoided that because they're going to have to prove to me by completing an objective first before I do something, before I jump out the window. And with NQ just doing this and just going sideways like this, this is just a cluster. Oh boy. Excuse me.
We have a 22-year-old here to buy the McLaren, or a 20-year-old came in from Miami right now to buy the Belize
Hold on.
Blue McLaren.
Oh shit. Hey, Tim. Sorry, Tim. I
Somebody
was
said
on
the
mute.
market took him.
Yeah, the market took me. Hey, Tim, I was on mute and I was talking for 3 minutes. Thank you, Tim. Tim's the guy. Thank you.
The market got him.
Okay, so
Who became liquidity?
yeah, I did. I became the liquid. So what I was, hold on real quick. Let me take a look at this. 'Cause I might be looking at a short here. Hold on. This doesn't look like a bad short idea.
I was thinking the same thing. I was waiting to see how it reacts to this 15 that we been touching.
I got in a little early on this, dude. I was looking for it. I was thinking it was gonna reject, but I didn't see the 15.
So what I was saying earlier
Yeesh.
was I was so I was looking at that trade copy that was just sent out inside the Discord. The problem with that trade copier is it only copies it copies market orders to the follower accounts, and a limit order that happens to happen, it still sends out a market close order. So the problem with that is it will work in almost every normal situation, but with the eval instant pass, it's coming up on 1150 macro. I'm gonna finish this point in like 60 seconds. But the problem with the eval instant pass is this. The problem with the eval instant pass is it's meant to happen instantaneously. So what I'm saying is thanks so much, Michelle. Yeah. I was on mute by mistake. So what happens is if you're gonna do the eval instant pass, and it might execute a market order, and if it flashes up or flashes down really quickly, it's going to be a market order. So it's going to fill you at the next available price where the market is at, not on a limit. So the main account is going to be okay, but the follower accounts might get effed. So it's not going to be exactly precise because they're all going to be executed on market orders instead of limit orders already being in place. So that's going to be a little dangerous. It's like for eval instant pass, but on normal situations, I think that it will be fine. I'm just being honest. That's just what I think initially. Look at that 5-minute Sibi there. It's coming up on 1150. 1150 macro is bullish 90% of the time. My short button is almost broken. So with that being said, I might go half size here. But this has got to play out within the next 2 or 3 minutes. This has got to play out within the next 2 or 3 minutes. Honest to God, it does. There's a 5 and there's a 15 here. Did I miss any trades? Nope. I'm actually looking at a trade right now, but this is kind of dangerous. This trade is very dangerous because I'm considering entering into a short coming into 1150 macro. That's why this trade is dangerous here. You know what? As a matter of fact, I don't want to take a dangerous trade. I don't want to do that because the 1150 macro comes up in 2 minutes. Grade. The grade of that trade was about a D. So I'm not going to do that because the 1150 macro is bullish 85% of the time. And I'm not going to give that, and it's not going to give the trade enough time to play out. If it was about so if they shot this up like this at about 11:30, I would have taken it. That would have been about a B. But it automatically gets downgraded because I'm doing something against a programming that has an 85% chance of certainty, and I'm only giving myself 2 minutes for it to play out. So no trade. Thanks, Latanya, for the reminder. My RSI is showing bull. Your RSI is showing bull, and I'm looking at this or this, and I just see them fucking around. So I don't know where they're gonna go. RSI might not pick up on this if they start flashing up in this. Might not pick up on it. It's 11:48 now. 11:48. Thanks for time. Yep. Oh yeah. Let me re-add this video because I took that down because I wanted to speak to the student and make sure everything in there was okay before I re-add it again because I don't want anyone to feel uncomfortable about anything. I missed the trippers in your collab the other day. Was it recorded? Yeah, man, you really didn't really miss too much. It was just like a normal class. That was really just the introduction. I mean, like, we just went over liquidity and the trippers was really more so just talking about how he likes to trade Asia. So he was really, going on. He was just talking about how like he likes to trade Asia. He was trading live, and so I was really just watching for real. That was pretty goddamn dope. Him and Tradeaholics. It's 11:50 coming up now. This is bullish. We don't wanna be shorting the 11:50 macro. I don't care how bearish they're showing it to us. We don't want to be doing that. I don't think that's a good idea. Just being honest. So my computer, I pressed the search button and it didn't come up instantaneously. Bullish. 11:50 macro, bullish. Look at this. Look at this. That's why I said that the quality of that trade was a D. Because you don't want to be short in 11:50 macro. They're fucking around here. That's also why you don't assume that they're going to do something. Guys, this is a huge teaching point. That's why you don't want to assume that they're going to do something. That's why you wait for them to complete an objective and then you try to align yourself with it. Guessing will get you fucked. They're making this very dangerous to trade. So even though
Yeah, man.
so,
That's one. What I do? Let me check my P&L. 172 so far.
good job. So
I took that macro.
You said you took it?
Yeah, I lost. I took the short. It hit my stop loss. I only had it at 60, and which I'm kind of glad I did. And then the macro kicked in and gave me confirmation off a rejection, and then I just took it, and I'm up 170.
Good. Yeah. So even though I was looking for a short initially, so like I would have shorted this, the time hack that's inside Discord. That's why you have to read those time hacks and study them. Just take note of them. Just read them. I've back tested them myself. That automatically invalidated my short idea because I was waiting for this, but it just wasn't the right time of day. If they would have did this 30 minutes ago, then yeah, I would have shorted it, but they didn't give that to me. And then when they finally gave it to me, it was the 11:50 macro. So I'm not going to short the 11:50 macro. The 11:50 macro is literally bullish 85% of the time. Why would I do that? So I'm just hands off as far as shorts are concerned. So now my short button is broken. So for lack of better words, like, they're just effing me over here for an entry for something that I personally feel comfortable with, what I personally feel like risking. Me personally, I'm super selective. Super selective. Minus $37, he says. I missed the trippers in your pen. It's all right. We're going to get him on the next trade. But how'd you lose on that, Kidder? How'd you lose on that trade just now? $38.
I didn't. So I lost the that $60 one right there,
Oh.
and then I took a $20 loss last night following because I was trying to take what Trippers was doing and like bring it into kind of what we were doing over here, and I lost $20 on it.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, because I was going to say, because we.
Yeah, nothing serious, nothing serious. And then I just hit that.
No, because I was going to say, shoot, man, we've been shooting up for this 1150 macro. How'd you lose on a long on 1150 macro?
Yeah, no, that's what's got me back to almost break even now.
Look at that. Bullish programming. We don't want to be short this. They flipped it on a dime because of the 1150 macro. They turned this what 90% of people looking at as a bear flag, and they just broke it up. 90% of people are going to look at this and go, this is a bear flag. Let's short this. Look at this. Look at this. This is a bear flag. Let me short this. And they break it up. Well, this is a bull flag. Let me long this. We're finally going higher. And then they dump it. Look at this cluster. Look at this, guys. That's what I'm saying, guys. That's what I'm saying, man. Look, like, you can't be trading no patterns, man. Like, guys, this market is not going off of no patterns. Like, guys, just look at this bull flag here. Look at this bull flag breakout. Bull flag, they dumped it. Every single pattern has been invalidated. Like, every single one. Every single one. This mini bear flag broke up. They dumped it. This bear flag broke out. Long bull flag right here. Dump. Like, this is crazy. That's what I'm saying, guys. Look, like, you can make anything look like anything. Shiloh says, I'll take it and manage my risk. Matt says, fake out. Not doing anything right now. They're just dancing around. I want to short this, but it's 1150 macro. Okay, so new objective. I will consider a short if they shoot this up into here and if they take out this liquidity right here at this line here. If they take that out, then I'll consider a short. All this aside, I will. Otherwise, I just think that they're just BSing around. I need them to complete an objective or to do something with rhyme or reason within a specific time zone. want to short this, but it's still 1150 macro. I'm on alert. Hmm. Man, what do they want to do here? If they take this out, this market's going to be bearish again. Because that will complete, that will then make a lower low. If they take that out, this market's going to be back to being fully bearish again. Or it will be confirmed. I'm sorry, not a lower low. They will then make this a lower high because it's lower than that high. That's what they need to do. So they need to do something. They're just dancing around for right now. Oh. They're dancing around for right now. Look at that fake out. Data wick low is still on the table. Look at that. NQ is fully diverging away from ES. $12 o'clock. ASV says, why didn't you take that recent sale as a retest? That's because it's the 1150 macro. So the quality of that to me was about a D at best. Because the 1150 macro is bullish 85% of the time. So I have to see something extraordinary in order for me to even consider shorting the 1150 macro. Just because, so for example, if this pullback would have happened 35, 40 minutes ago, like 40 minutes ago, then yes, I would have taken that. Like up into here. That's why I said everything in me wants me to short this. That's why my button is on sell. But they kept it sideways here until like 11:47. Remember when I was like, man, I want to short this right here, but I'm only giving myself 3 minutes for this trade to play out because it's the 1150 macro. It turns bullish. And look what happened at 1150. Look, they shot it up. So they just happened to just dump this here. It just happened to look like it worked out. But trust me, best believe that they could have just did this. It's the 1150 macro. So I back tested that it's bullish 85% of the time. A minimum 80, about 85% of the time. So I'm just not going to do that. So I still think that the drawn liquidity is lower. However, I just was not going to short the 1150 macro because I wanted it to end. Because I'm not going to tug on Superman's cape unnecessarily. Guys, they have to give you something that aligns with your risk parameters within a certain time of the day. So like if they give you something and it's 3:59 and the market closes in 1 minute, are you going to take it? No, because it's not the right time. There's 1 minute left in the day. You know the market's getting ready to close. Why are you going to try and trade the last 60 seconds of the day? Why are you going to do that? They might give you something at 9:31. Does that mean you're going to rush into a trade and go full port with 30 seconds left 30 seconds into the day? No. If they give you a solid trade setup and it's 1:59 on a Wednesday, 1:59 p.m. on a Wednesday, and Powell is going to an interest rate decision is getting ready to come out in 60 seconds, are you gonna buy or short? No, because the interest rate decision comes out in 2 minutes. It could you could get your account can go to zero. So that's why I'm exercising this caution because it just wasn't the right time. It just wasn't. So I'm just exercising patience. That's it from my understanding of this market. Guys, I don't want to give this market more opportunities to hurt me than it already can. That's why I don't take 15, 20 trades a day. So you'll see me call things out and give you probabilities and say the quality of this trade is this and that. You can take this at your own risk, but that's why you have to pay for the knowledge community page, and that's why you have to be inside Discord, show up to the classes so that you can know and understand, and you can decipher it yourself. And then you can decide on whether or not you want to take a C trade or a B or a A. So you can know whether or not it is a true B, C, or A in your book based off of what you're trying to risk. That's why this is not an alert service. You will master trading here. I'm not trying to make money off you. I will teach you how to make money. 925 Mike Diddy, he says. Yeah, they might flush that, brother. They might flush that. They might tease that. Traderholics, they might tease that. They very well could. What they got going on here? So 1150 macro is getting ready to end here. If they bounce this into here, I'll short it. But they gotta bounce that into there within the next 1 or 2 minutes, or 2 or 3 minutes. It's just that simple. So like, I mean, it's just that simple. It's like I just keep updating what I'm seeing in real time based off of the time codes. So like, if they shoot this directly up into here, then I will consider shorting it up in here. If they don't, then they just go down, and then I'll look for lower. Then I'll think that they're going to come here or here, and then I'll align myself with that whenever they sweep that. But if they just start doing this shit, if they just dancing around like this, then I just won't do nothing. And that's just what it is for what it is. Just being honest. I'm being 100% for real. ES is bouncing up. Yes, ES is diverging away from NQ. So that's not good. Well, NQ is going down and ES looks like it's going up, so buy it. If ES decides to dump, NQ is going to go to hell itself. So you don't want to F around with that. NQ feels very heavy today. Why? Because ES is up 0.4%, 0.42%, and NQ is up 0.26%. They are fully diverging away from each other now. That's not good. That's not good. So I need them to shoot this up into here so that I can manage my risk off of one of these imbalances here. That's what I need them to do. That's what I need them to do. Why? Because I think that there's a lower draw on liquidity. But I just hope that they give me an entry. Because if they just dump this down into here, and if they just go sideways like this and with no direction for 3 minutes, and they just start dumping, and they go sideways like this for 3 minutes without dumping, then I'm signing myself up for time distortion, and I'm chasing. I'm not going to try and chase a trade, especially not during PPI, because I already showed you the data that I had back tested, and I had already shown you proof that I had back tested this day years in the past. So I understand how this market behaves on a day like today. Continuation plays like this is rare during PPI. Like this from 11:55 to 12:02, that sequence right there is rare. This sequence right here is rare. Look at that 1 minute candle. My God. Oh, that was on open. They dumped it. Okay, that was 9:30. That's why they did that. Okay, that makes sense. So yeah, they're not. This was the only decent pullback that I was going to consider shorting on, but it was 11:50 macro. 11:50 macro ends in 1 minute. And that's also why, guys, just because it's the 11:50 macro doesn't mean you blind full port it. They still got to give you something where you can manage your risk off of. You have to be able to manage your risk and wait patiently. So so what happened was there's a lower drawn liquidity here, and NQ was feeling heavy. So yeah, they shot it up initially because of the programming, but then they said, "Fuck that, we're just gonna go lower." So then they just dumped it. That's just what that was. So that's why I wasn't so like guys. I still think this market is bearish. That's why I was not even considering buying the 1150 macro just now, because I just think there's just a lower drawn liquidity. So I'm more so you could say I have a bearish bias as of right now, but I don't care if they go up or down, really, honestly. But I'm just a little bit more hesitant on longs right now. I'm gonna go get some water really quickly. I'll be back in about 30 seconds. Hold on. On my chart, I mean, in my journal, I got the 950 macro, 1050 macro, 1150 macro. That's over with. Got the 1208 lunch suite. Thanks, Kidder. I appreciate that, Kidder. 1208 lunch sweep here. It's over with. They tapped this Bissy. I still think the overall drone liquidity. Whoa, what is that? Okay, they came back and they filled that. There was a volume imbalance right there that was just formed. They came back for that. Man, look at this price action. Wow. Look at this. Jeez. NQ is dumping, and ES is just trying to shoot up. ES looks bullish as hell, and NQ just looks like it wants to flush to the floor. They're fully divergent. Wow. My God. If ES decides to give up this ghost, NQ is going to... You can't even begin to imagine. If they attack this up into here, I'm going to short this. They got to attack it the right way. That'll be the first trade of the day, half size. Man. Look at this clusterfuck on SPY. Nothing. Tease this data wick low. Shut it up. They're keeping this market pinned between these data wicks. Absolutely incredible. I need them to shoot this up in here so I can short this. But they're not giving me an entry. Guys, I can't take an entry if they just dump this. And then they just keep this sideways like this. Because they could just shoot this up into here like this. But, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can't short that. Like, they got to give me something I can sink my teeth into while I still believe that they're getting ready to complete an objective. Just like, for example, like with this here, like if you try to short this in here, they just went up and they just went sideways again. They just shot it up. That's what I'm saying. Like whenever they went up here, like if you shorted, like I'm sorry, like if you bought this in here thinking they were going to target high, they just kept it sideways for an hour. Then they dumped it. Like if you shorted this here and you thought that they were going to go lower, they just kept it sideways and chopped you up and they just took it higher. So you got to understand the day that you're dealing with. PPI is a very, very weird day. I have this day written down. Because I'm just trying to help y'all navigate this market so that y'all can understand what's going on. And then that's why you pay for the Knowledge and Community page. That's why you study the Discord and the time hacks. And you do the mentorship so that you can then interpret some of this yourself. And if you want to risk something, then you can do that. But at least you'll know and understand how to go about doing it. And you will then understand your risk. Hmm. Mm. Look at that. Dump sideways action. Dump. Nothing. Oh boy. ES is just hanging out in no man's land. They could do anything with this market. Frustrating. They could do anything. I wanted to short it up in here. Not here. I wanted it here. Yeah, they got it. Traderholics. Yeah, man. Like I still thought that they were going lower. It's just that they just didn't give it to me like how I wanted. Like I wanted them to come here and shoot it up so that I can short it to go down. So I could just get a better entry. That was it. I was just a little bit more precise. Hmm. Huh. Um. Hmm. Next. Hmm. There we go. Hmm. 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 Man. Yeah, no, I'm still here. I'm still here, Tim. Just sitting here, man. Thanks for checking, man. But they're not doing nothing, Tim. Look at this. It's frustrating me a little bit. Not a damn thing, Tim. Not a damn thing. Ray Ray says, looks like your trick is to get in and out early on days like today. I think that that's the illusion, Ray. I think that consistency and what we're looking for is the trick. I'm gonna be honest, Ray Ray. That's what I think. I think that when they present something to you that aligns with what you have back tested and that you feel comfortable taking, you take it. And then when not, you don't take it. And then I think that for sure on days like today, whenever you're up, so to speak, now let me add that. When you're up, then yes, I think you should walk away. Because you don't want to do nothing stupid and give it back. That's what I think. But I think that if we jumped in early and started training like 9:30, 9:31, and tried to get in and get out real quick, we would have been opening ourselves up to a potential disaster. So we don't want to do that. That's what I think. Sniper entries, yeah. That's what I think, Ray. Look at ES. Look at NQ. I wanted to short it up here, but they're just dancing around. Do you think ES will hit daily low? He says. Daily low as in 5 o'clock? 5 o'clock? Or are you talking about 8 o'clock? Oh, I'm sorry, that was from yesterday. Come on, 5 o'clock? 64.40. 65.40. I think that that's where they want to come to. That's what I think. But they're just churning people out beforehand. That's just what I think. I think that's where they want to come to at a minimum. I think it's either there or here. These two circles, Tim. They tease it here, they tease it here. And that's all that they're doing, Tim. So they're confusing people. This would have been the perfect short for me, but it was the 1150 macro, so I stopped. Murdoch was able to get in and be done before 10 a.m. That's what I'm referencing. Yeah. Yeah, Murdoch is vastly improving. He saw something that he liked and he was able to manage his risk accordingly. So he got in and he got out. And it serves my point when I told him, when I was like, bro, walk away. No more trading today. So he's actually avoiding all of this as well. But considering that we were a little bit, or I was a little bit more cautious, I missed out. Ray says, I would love to see what that is. I don't know, maybe we should ask him. What was the trade he took? He'll probably screenshot it to you and tell you. So maybe we could grade it. Murdoch, you still here? He's still in here, but I don't know if he's still listening because he might be away from his computer. Go Murdoch. Yeah, go Murdoch. Yeah, Murdoch's the guy. He's learning. Guys, you guys consider proof in the pudding with Murdoch. Remember when Murdoch first joined and he didn't know what was going on? Like he had no idea what was going on. He had no idea.
Murdoch the goat.
Yep. Guys, I told y'all. They restricted it again. The line. $24.05. He says. Matt says volume and balance inspired 12:17 p.m. or no. No. No, Matt. No VIB. There. A slight small one, but it got filled on this candle. You talking about Eastern Standard Time? 12:33. Yes. 12:33. Yes. And that was what they came back for, as you can see. You see how they filled that, Matt? Yeah. Never mind. Yeah. See how they came back to fill it? See that? Hmm. Oh man. Put me to sleep. Put me to sleep.
Yeah, this is very, very, very boring.
Very boring, bro. Hold on. What is that? I spy with my little eye. Are you serious? That's an 8. They're gonna come back for that. I need them to shoot this up in here so I can short this. That's an 8. But I'm not gonna short that right now because they could just squeeze this up a little bit more. I need a little bit more juice on this bone. That's an 8. And they filled it. Wow. There we go. They filled it, of course. Nothing. They came back and filled it. Guys, if they would have shot this up in here, I would have shorted it. But they didn't. They created an 8 and then they filled it. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry saying a distance because it got filled with, from 7. So they created a 7. 7, and it got filled. And then they created another one right here, and then they just filled that one. Closed 92. So they created a 4, and then they filled that one. Just now on that. Very boring. Wow. Mighty impressive. I need them to shoot this up into here so I can short it. Or maybe here. I might take a starter or a flyer right there. But they gotta do something like this. Like they gotta go here and do this. So I can short it there. And then maybe add again here. So that I can target lower levels of liquidity. If they just do this and if they just go dump sideways, then I can't do anything with this. Like, because I could get a green FU candle out of nowhere. Or I get a red FU candle out of nowhere. Tight spot here, he says. 9-10 support, he says. Yeah. We got Asia boring session, Shiloh says. Yeah, it is boring, Shiloh. It's put me to sleep. Kenny says this is turning into Asia. Yeah, a little bit. That's probably why Murdoch likes this. I'm just teasing. He knows I'm teasing. I'm sorry, not Murdoch. Traderholics. That's why Traderholics likes this. Yeah, turning into Asia session, he says. That's why Traderholics likes this. Traderholics has a... He's all horned up looking at this price action. I'm just teasing, guys. He knows what he's doing, trust me. He knows I'm just joking. Horned dog. Yeah, he's horned up looking at this. I promise. I almost fell asleep with my phone in my hand. Trade House is left. I'm telling you, man. Oh my goodness, look at this action here. What is this, dude? Look at that. Same candle as 20 minutes ago. What is that, dude? They're coming here again. I now think that since they're here again for a second time, I don't think that they're here to bullshit. I'm just being honest. I don't think that they're here to bullshit. Might be one swoop. Just look at this. Dump sideways, like there is no like, look, like there is no pump and a pullback for long. It's just like sideways, continuous squeeze.
Connection lost.
Into a dump. Sideways, continue dump into like, what is that, dude? It's nothing there, man. Up in a straight line, up and just down. Look at this. Whoa, what is that? It's a 4. 1240. That'll come into the play later, but not now. They're here. I want to see them take this out. I think they were about to hear this alert go off. Did they just tease that?
ES is dumping.
Look at that. What's the low on this candle? 63575. 635875. That's a perfect double bottom. They're going to flush that. That is a perfect double bottom, and they're going to flush that. They're not going to leave that intact. So, trade idea, if they bounce this up into here, I'm going to short this. That is a perfect double bottom. But they have to give it to me in a way where I can manage my risk or not feel as though I'm just shorting the hole. They got to give it to me in a way. They just teased that. I need them to bounce this. Like if they bounce at it, even if they bounce it up into like somewhere like here, I'm gonna short it. KB says, I'm struggling the most on knowing when it's about to reverse. So I used to do that too, KB. What I've done that helps me out is I wait for them to prove it to me, if that makes sense. So I am waiting on them to prove to me that they're going to complete an objective. And then once they've completed an objective, then I wait for confirmation on that. So like if they flush this, so you might be able to confirm a reversal. Like if they flush this, and like typically before reversal, it has to be like some carnage. So some carnage, like a liquidation dump. And then we have to tap into like a 15-minute BISI somewhere. Somehow, some way, like a 15-minute BISI is what I've seen from New York. And then from there, Kenny, you have to get a push up and a lower time frame imbalance being formed, like a 1 minute being formed as such. After a liquidity sweep and a full-blown liquidation break to the downside. I'm a KB. That's how reversals typically happen during New York. Reversals don't really happen during New York whenever they do shit like this. Because that's too obvious. This market likes mayhem and destruction. It doesn't like perfect. That's how I keep on calling out what it's going to do, because it just doesn't like perfect, but people don't understand that. So like, for example, this right here is too perfect. There's a shitload of people trying to buy this right now, thinking that we're going to go higher and thinking that this market's going to go back to all-time highs from here, and then they have orders sitting right here. This market is sniffing these orders out. They're about to flush this now. But just because I know they're getting ready to flush it, they're just not giving me an entry. So they're about to flush this shit right now. There's people putting orders here. And they're about to figure out why their accounts are going to be liquidated. What's the code for Apex? Just put save now. Or put lab, L-A-B, in all caps, Jay. They're about to flush this. Look at that. They teased it again. Guys, they're about to flush this. Liquidation break is coming. That was what that alert was. So they broke that. So it's no longer a perfect double bottom. They triggered those orders right there. So guys, they finally took out the data wick low here. And we're tapping into a 15-minute BISI. We took out this low too, the LOD of the day. So, Tim, we're here. I told you. Do you remember when you asked me? You said, "Do I think that they go there?" And I said, "Yes, they're here now." As you can see, they're here. Well, bro, they just took out the data wick low, so buy it. Well, they didn't take it out like how I wanted. Like they tease it on a 1 minute candle. So I want more mayhem and destruction. Like I wanted them to, yeah, it's no longer perfect, but I want them to go whew, and then
I need them to destroy that data wick low.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Because Bedhead understands what I'm saying. Seriously. Like, guys, like this is not something that like they were like you can sink your teeth into. And then on top of that, we haven't. We took it out, but we didn't even tap into this 5 or this 1.5 or this 15. So so even this bounce right here, until proven otherwise, I just don't believe them. And then like, so like if they just happen to shoot it all the way up, then I'll just shake their hand and they just then I just know that they're just bullshitting. So like I just know that they're just trying to trick people. Because today is just a day where they're just being extremely deceiving. But this is not grounds for reversal. So just because they might take out a point does not mean grounds for reversal. Like you need them to destroy it and then tap into a 15-minute BISI at a minimum. Not no 4 hour or no 1 hour, because anything can happen in an hour. I'm talking about like a 15, like a decent higher time frame, not even no 5. Because 5s can be invalidated all the time. They appear all the time. Like a 15. A 15-minute FVG takes at least 30 minutes to form. 30 minutes to form each one, because you need 3 candles. You need 3 15-minute candles. If you're doing a 1 hour FVG, you're basing information off of 3 hours worth of data. Anything can happen in 3 hours. If you're doing a 4 hour, then you're talking about something that took 3 days to form. If you're doing a 1, if you're doing, 2.5 days, if you're doing a 1 day BISI or SIBI, then you're talking about something that took minimum 3 days to form. Probably about like 4. 5 minutes really ain't nothing, because you can get a 5-minute BISI or SIBI every 15 minutes. So that's what y'all need to be thinking about. So they took it out, but that's not something I really feel 100% confident in, because when they took it out, they didn't even tap this 15 minutes BISI down here. I don't like that. I'm just being honest. So BISIs are best on 15 minutes, he says. Yeah, he asks. Not necessarily best, but you'll see that the market reacts. I'm talking about during New York session. The market reacts the most out of 15-minute BISIs or SIBIs. You'll see what I'm talking about. Like the market will randomly just start dumping, and like it'll find support at like a random 15-minute, and like it'll just reverse in the opposite direction. It'll do that shit. Or it'll start pumping, and then like this, like we dumped and then we tapped this 15-minute, and we dumped and we tapped this 15-minute and this 15-minute right here, and we shot up here in a straight line. We came up in here and we tapped the consequent encroachment here of this 15-minute SIBI, and it just reversed. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like we came down here and like we tapped this 15 and we bounced. Like it's just the market just reacts to 15-minute BISIs and SIBIs the most. That's from what I've seen. But that doesn't mean that every single 15-minute BISI or SIBI you try and play. Like you use it as short-term confirmation or invalidation, if that makes sense, KB. So like, for example, like if there was like liquidity up in here, like for example, like right here, they want to take out this data wick low. Like when we smashed this, I wasn't gonna buy. Like I'm not gonna buy right here because we took this out. No, like I'm going to be evaluating an entry at either here or here or here. If that makes sense. See what I'm saying? So that's how like that works. Does that make sense, KB? Wait, the mic went out. The mic went out? Did my mic go out, guys? Is the mic tripping again?
Nah, I heard you, bro.
Oh, okay. Ray says, can you say that again? I'll repeat it again. Because I just closed a trade on 25 ticks play. Mike did go out a little bit. Okay. So I'll repeat it. The question is, what was that? So 15-minute biscuits and sibbies are the best? No, not necessarily. You just use it as confirmation more so, in order for you to more so just like look at something. So like because it reacts, it just during the New York session, it reacts the most to these. So like for example, like right now we're bouncing off this 15-minute BISI right now. That's what I'm saying. Like this is a perfect example. Like we came down here, we tapped here, and we bounced. We came down here, we tapped this one, and now we're bouncing. But it still takes 45 minutes for one to form because you have to have 3 of the candles. But like, so like if you're doing an hour FVG, it takes 3 hours to form, and anything can happen in 3 hours. If you're doing a 4 hour, it's going to take like 1.5, 2 days for one of those to form. Because you only get one full 4 hour candle a day. And if you're doing daily FVGs, my God, that's going to take 3 or 4 days to form, minimum. Anything can happen in a day. You can blow your account on a 1 minute candle. So what I've noticed is for the immediate term, the market tends to the market tends to tap into and react in a violent way and potentially change direction off of 15-minute BISIs and SIBIs. So what I mean by that on the second explanation is this, KB, is hold on. Let me double check. Hey, Ryan says we can hear you. Okay, great. Hey, TikTok, can you guys hear me? Just TikTok. I know Discord can hear me. TikTok, I need some interaction. I need you guys to say yes, 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 or no. Matt says yes. So Matt's good. What about everybody else? Brandon, what about you? Sally, what about you? Okay, Brandon says yes. Okay, good. All righty. Everybody all right? So what I'm saying is the point I was going to make was 15-minute SIBIs and BISIs, Sally says yes. 15-minute BISIs and SIBIs have the ability. I can't hear you, Chadholic says. I know he's messing around. 15-minute BISIs and SIBIs have the ability to flip this market around on a dime. I think that those are the first, and I'm talking about during the New York session. That's the time frame to where you can get the most data from that has the ability to stop this entire market on a dime and just fully flip it around. But that does not mean you go, oh my goodness, there's a 15-minute SIBI there, let me short it on the first tap. No, because something like this can happen. Like you can, like for example, like something like this can happen. So like if you decide to short it here and you're like, oh, there's a 15-minute SIBI formed here, let me short it right here in the first tap, and then they shoot it up into here and then they stop you out because they shoot it up 150 ticks and you blow the account because you over leveraged. Yeah, look, the SIBI still worked. And look where we're at now. But in hindsight, you can see that this 15-minute SIBI clearly put this entire market on hold. And then the same thing worked down here. Like they dumped it and they tapped this one and this one, and they barely inversed this one right here, barely. And then they shot it up in a straight line. Like they tapped here and here, and this market never looked back. So you don't just blindly long or short them, but what you do is you look at them and you go, man, if we do this and if we tap into this, I got to be on alert because anything can happen in this zone. That right there, guys, is exactly why I have the rules in place, and that's why I say I do not long in a 15-minute SIBI. So my rules kept me out of this because you'll randomly find how, like, if you start longing 15-minute SIBIs during the New York session, it'll do shit like this. If you are not aware what the 15-minute sibbies are, and if you're shorting this thinking that this is a bear flag, and they come down here and they tap into this right here like how they did, and they just shoot this up like this, you're gonna blow the account. And you won't know what the fuck happened. But we tapped into this 15-minute right here with a 1-5 and a 5. And this market never looked back. That's what I'm saying. Did that make sense? Did that make sense, Ray and KB? Did that make sense a little bit? Because that was my second time explaining that. I don't mind. I don't mind helping you guys out. This market is doing nothing. So NQ looks like longs might be the play soon. I think so too. So one thing that I'm currently thinking about is this. I no longer can go short because they just took out this data wick low. But I don't want to rush into a long because they just took it out on a little 1 minute candle and they didn't flush this, just like how Bedhead said, like how they normally like to do. So like if they would have flushed this and then tapped into this 15-minute BISI here, under normal circumstances, at least minimum tapped into that, then I would be thinking, I'd be like, man, you know what? Longs are seriously on the table now. But they just teased it to the tick, and now they're just going back higher now, which is wild to think about. That's just what they're doing. Did it take out your interest point? It did, Nubs. Yeah, so yeah, the alert for it went off. It went off. So they took it out, but they didn't take it out like how I like. So now they're reversing this. In any matter, if they do not take this out, and if they give me a pullback into here, I'll consider a long. But they cannot take this out here. They cannot take that out. They actually have to dump this right now from here. And they have to tease this and they have to pull this back decently. In any event, that's what they have to do. KB says, today's market has definitely been harder to read. Yes, PPI days are very, very tricky. Divine says, did I miss anything? No, not really, Divine. You did not. No trades so far. So they've just been teasing us around all day, Divine. They've been playing games with us so far. That's just what they've been doing. So as it stands right now, I am watching this liquidity right here. I want them to pull this back in here so that I can consider a long position. Just got on, she says. Okay. So they came back and they filled this here. There was a volume imbalance right here that I had. So they came back and they filled that. When I said that's going to come back into play later, that was true. They came back for that. So just so we're all aware. Trevor says, took longs at 9:02. Where was he at? Good trade. Yeah, you had a double 15-minute BISI there. Good trade. I'd say so. I'd probably move that to break even at a minimum, and I'll be out over here like whenever they sweep this liquidity. Because after that, anything can happen again. So I need them to pull this back so that I can consider a long position on a pullback. Why? Because I just refuse to chase. But they can't take that out before they do that, because then that means that they would have completed an objective, a mini objective, by targeting an internal. So I need them to pull that back. Okay, they shot it out. So that trade idea is invalidated. For right now, that is. The next trade idea, okay, so NQ is now flipping bullish and ES is not. Because ES is starting to go up a little bit, and now NQ is starting to shoot up with some ferocity. So the next trade idea is I'll consider a short if they take this out, and if we tap into this 15-minute SIBI here. multiple 15-minute SIBIs here. We have one here, and we have one here. So, if we come up in a straight line, if we take this out and sweep this and shoot up into here, I will actually reconsider a short in this area here. But if they just take out this internal here and they just dump this, then I'm sorry, then there's nothing I can do again. Holy shit, what was that? Well, bro, they got there. Why don't you short this? Because I don't know what that candle right there was. That's not normal. From what I've seen over the last 2 hours, 2.5, 3 hours from being on stream, for the last 3 hours from being on stream, 4 hours, 3.5 hours. That's not normal. I don't know what that was. My newswire is saying nothing. Did he? Man, Trader Harless is killing it. I think some news came out, but it was a yellow folder. Really? Was it a bond auction at 1 o'clock? Could have been a bond auction. Why is my internet going so slow today? Ten-year note auction came out. That's what that was, I'm assuming. At 1 o'clock. Yeah, 10-year bond auction is what it says, yep. It's wild. They just teased that. Sideways. No imbalance is being created. Except on SPY and ES right here. ES flipped bullish on that. I don't know what that was about. ES flipped bullish on that. On that bond auction release. You might want to try and attack this bond auction data wick high, but it's not as strong as the other data wick highs. It's just a bond auction, but they still might want to attack that. That's what I think is the next mini draw on liquidity. If they attack that, and then start targeting somewhere up in here, I'll short it. But they gotta attack it. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me more. Today's a very tricky day. 1 o'clock. Look at this price action. It's very tricky because ES is randomly flipping bullish from bullish to bearish. They're not sweeping liquidity levels, and then they're not dumping, and then they're not sweeping liquidity levels, and then they're not, tapping into higher time frame imbalances before they fully reverse it. And then they're just dancing and going sideways. And NQ feels very heavy in comparison to ES, but ES is at, and then, guys, this market's moving very weird because we're at the all-time high. That's what's going on. But we expected that from the pre-market trading plan. That's just what's going on. You can't say that we weren't warned, because if you come here, look, 2407 buy side liquidity is next on the table. Did we take that out today? I can't remember. All this aside, did we? 2407. Yes. Did we take that out? 2407 is here.
Yes, we did. Yeah.
So yeah, so we swept that. And that's what that was. Right there. So looking at that, is this gold? No, it's not. It's NQ. NASDAQ. I don't expect them to take out 2406,850 buy side until CPI release. So this is so far checking out the box so far. PPI release means we can easily target 240775 or this in one swoop. Did we do that in one swoop? Let's see if we did it in one swoop. I'm sorry. As you can see, liquidity, I'm sorry, nope. Means we can target it in one swoop. Did we do it in one swoop? Let's see. That is one swoop. That is literally in one candle. They took it there in one candle. That is one swoop. Guys, this was sent out the night before. This is what I'm talking about when I said it. I've been studying the behavior patterns of this market for 12 years. And I've just been, guys, I've watched not hours. I've watched weeks and months with the price action. And I've just seen, because I've lost so many times where I was searching for anything possible in order to understand this. They took this shit out in one swoop, like one candle. That's insane. Okay, what's next on the table? Just people inside Discord aren't reading this. They will either target that gap fill on Wednesday or Thursday's data release. Make no mistake about it, it's screaming to be swept. They're leaving it there for a reason. Best to exercise caution. ES is knocking on the door of another all-time high break. Should they shoot it up on PPI release and make new all-time high during pre-market, expect them to continue higher during opening session of New York at a minimum. Any pullbacks will be a fake out. So a new all-time high during New York will be established later. This is what I was trying to show. If in all bold, if all-time high breaks, we will automatically take it piece by piece on stream. Algorithm will be forcing the price discovery, and ES will be moving weird. This market is moving weird. So this so far is 100%. I would say so. This is literally 100%. I would say so. That's why you read this. That's insane. So you need to read that. You might need to leave a little reaction so I can tell you read it. And so you can get in the habit of knowing and confirming with yourself that you know you read it. I think we're going to hit 2400 price level, he says. Could be. I could see so. Maybe. That's a stretch right now. 0.3% when this market's feeling kind of heavy. I think that they're saving it for CPI. That's what I think. I think that they're going to fuck a lot of people over on CPI. That's just what I think in my brain. And then I think that they're going to reverse it on gap fill Thursday. Either way. It's like if they dump it, then they're going to reverse it and really hurt people. Or if they pump it, then they're going to liquidate everybody that decided to buy puts or short it. And then once they're liquidated, because people never learn their lesson with trying to short all-time highs, other than just for a few minutes. They never learn their lesson. And then they'll liquidate them, and then they'll reverse it on gap fill Thursday. That's what I think. That's what I think. He says, I'll full port whatever trade you do, bro. Don't do that. Why are you gonna do that? Why don't you save your money and why don't you invest $11 into some knowledge so that you can then know how to trade? Why would you do that, bro? Why would you do that? Come on, man. Don't do that. Please don't do that. Don't do that, please. All this aside, I know that you might be being sarcastic, but what it is if I don't condemn that and if I just laugh it off, there's actually going to be some people that are actually going to listen, see that, and then they're going to go, oh, well, that must be a good idea. Let me do that. If he's doing that, then I'll do that. You know, and then they'll lose the shirts on their backs and they'll lose everything that they have. Because that's all this market is trying to fill orders, but most people don't understand what it's doing. So let's not do that. Let's not even maybe more so joke with it unless we are clearly laughing. All right. You know. If Traderholic says it, then I'll start laughing because I know he's joking. But I can't see your profile picture and you don't have you don't have a name up there, so I can't tell. Can't tell, man. So we're not going to try and do that. We're not going to full port the trades that I take. You know what I'm saying? Not going to do that. You can most certainly take the same trades I take. I win 90% of the time. But even then, I'm not perfect. So you got to know what you're looking at so you can evaluate. I'm just being honest, man. Just being honest with you. Instead of full porting it, why don't you just pay $11 a month for some knowledge? You don't even gotta pay the $29 a month to sign up for Discord, so that you can at least start to understand what's going on. I mean, come on. One small drop fills up the bucket, my man. Not a full port. One trade can most certainly end your career. Give a man a fish. Feed him for a day. Teach a man how to fish. Feed him for life. Yep, that's 100% true. Brandon says preach. Yeah, man. I mean, just being honest, man. Guys, I just want y'all to be successful. Like, I want you to be successful in the best way possible. Like they say in the South, or like they say, like up top in the worst way. In the worst way means like to the extreme. But most people are going to look at it as, hey, I want you to be successful in the best way possible, seriously. If not, then I would just say, yeah, copy all my trades and I would charge you $2,000 a month for an alert service. That's not that. I only charge something so that I can keep the people out that don't want to read, and that's why I separate the pages. And then it's very inexpensive so that you can continuously stay subscribed and so you can feel as though you're a part of a community and stuff like that. So I'm not trying to price gouge you. And I don't want you to be dependent on me. That's why it's not an alert service. If I wanted you to be dependent upon me, I would just do an alert service. I'm serious. I would just sign up as an alert service. But that's not this. Because alert service, if you get people to sign up for an alert service, they have to stay subscribed to make money for forever, or else they stop making money. That's not what this is. I'm being honest. Sorry, guys. That was the inactivity. I got a question, TikTok. Brandon. Michelle's already seen this. Traderholic, Sally, Trevor, the black no-name picture. Ryan, P-Mac, King, KJ, Carlos, Quiet Swarm, Starting Pro. Quiet Swarm's maybe seen. He's been staking me out for a little while. Deuce from the Bando, Leo, Carl. How are you guys doing? Jared, much love. Kamar Young. Anyone else? The reason why I can't see your name is because you haven't been liking the stream. So you got to like the stream and interact in order for me to see it. I have a question for you guys. Do you guys want to know while we're in time distortion here and this market's doing nothing, do you guys want to know the most important lesson that I've learned outside of the rules in regards to how this market is operating under. Do you guys want me to play that for you? I need yes or I need to know. The video is about like a minute long. Trevor says yes. Brandon says yes. We might diddy down soon. It could be. I don't know what they're doing, but they're messing around. They're pissing me off here. Brandon says yes. Why isn't this playing? The audio isn't working. Audio no work. Why audio no work? What's going on with that? I hope anyone hasn't been talking because is it just that video? No, I was talking about the audio from Discord. See, it's not playing. Hold on. That's what I'm saying. I've been having sound issues as of late. Audio output might be different somewhere, he says. Should be working. Why isn't my John Cena playing?
And his name is John Cena! What the fuck going on? John Cena's not playing. I think it's because of the data feed's really slow. Something's going on. This needs to play every time I join in, but it's not. Shit. you stressing, testing all of the sounds. Yeah, I am. It's not working. What's going on here?
The most important thing I've learned.
Okay. Yeah, guys, that's how I know Discord was tripping. Here it is right here. Bro blasting the soundboard. That's strange, man, that it was not working. That's strange. John Cena's supposed to play it. This is Sparta supposed to play it. Anyway.
Over my trading career. The most important thing I've learned over my trading career. I mean, there's so many lessons. It would be hard to like pinpoint the most important thing. What really comes to mind is, thinking about trading from. I mean, think about trading from, like zoom out from yourself as a trader and just understand, right? I think that one of the things that you've heard me say it here on the channel, and we'll move along to the NASDAQ here. I'm looking at the clock. It's 9:05. One of the things that you'll hear me say around the channel sometimes, right, is sometimes, or not sometimes, but perhaps this is what I'll just say. One trade can end your trading career, but one trade probably won't make your trading career, right? It could probably set you up in a good direction, right? But typically one trade is not going to make your trading career. One trade can easily end your trading career. That mentality, and you do not let one in a good direction, right? But typically one trade is not going to make your trading career. One trade can easily end your trading career. So if you embody that mentality and you do not let one trade ruin your trading career, meaning that you're not going to blow up your account, or you're not going to do something stupid where, oh my God, I can't recover from that loss. If you can embody that mentality, then you'll have some higher probability of having success in the market. If you don't take this like a casino, because market is in some sense a casino, but if you can properly size your bets, if you can properly manage your risk, if you can stick to your stop loss, then one trade will not blow up your account. And you have to think of your losers as like statistically insignificant. They're bound to happen, but as long as you're trading a system that has positive expected value, edge that you've proven, then generally you just execute the system. You execute the system and that's it. Think of trading as collecting stats, right? Don't think of it as collecting money. Don't think about trading as like, okay, we're trying to make money here. Think of it as collecting statistics for your trading system. And as long as those statistics are aligned with positive expected value, then you're good.
That is probably the most important, like, generic lesson that I've ever learned. One trade will not make your career, but one trade can most certainly end your entire career. Hmm. Bro, blasting the soundboard. Does the audio not come on for you? And his name is John Cena. Right, I got headphones in because I am at work. Luckily, earphones were not in because I was talking. Just heard blast of music coming from them. I was still trying to figure out what the soundboard was doing, but John Cena wasn't playing. Nope, he's not playing.
And his name is John Cena.
Why is it not working? Sorry, Divine. I am so sorry. I gotta turn that down a little bit. I'm so sorry. Okay, so it's working there, but why is it not working when I leave? See, it's not working when it's not playing when I leave. It's like, guys, well, hold on. No, it's fucked. It's not working. Who cares? Discord is just tripping. I'll turn the soundboard volume down to 75% instead of 100. No, 65. Let's test it.
His name is John. And his name is John C.
Y'all gonna tune out. Y'all gonna be like, man, why does he keep playing that? Guys, listen, mentality is everything. So when I log into here, man, I want to feel like John Cena. My ears are cooked, Brandon says. I know mine too. I don't want to keep hearing that. Man, fuck it. Damn it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Maybe another time. Okay. Starting to get some traction here. Took out this. Okay. Dumpy. Liquidity is on the chart. NQ with the broker. Is it a good idea to use TradingView through NinjaTrader for futures? Not Thirst says. Are you still here so I can answer your question? Are you still here? That question? I was trying to figure out why John Cena wasn't playing. Short at 23,890, he says. Not bad. He was chasing it though. What was you managing your risk off of? They were dumping it down in a straight line. Must have been small size. My ears are cooked. 874, he says, key level. They just swept this liquidity, possibly. This is starting to feel kind of heavy now. They might heat this up. Let's get into the afternoon session. They might heat this up. They swept these levels of liquidity too. All of them are gone. This was swept and this was swept. They're starting to get my attention a little bit here. They finally tapped into this 15-minute BISI here that I was waiting on them to do here. That's why I didn't consider a long in here, because they didn't tap into a 15-minute BISI. I want them to sweep this, tap into here and then bounce. Then I would consider a long. That's why I didn't, guys. That's why I didn't chase this long here, because I didn't believe the strength of this because of the fact we didn't tap into a 15-minute BISI below after sweeping liquidity, because I know how this market likes to behave when that happens. So if they don't do that, then I just don't believe them. They're just going to have to prove it to me. And they've proven me right, that I shouldn't have believed them. NQ tapped into a 15-minute BISI and bounced. That was why we bounced primarily. But NQ doesn't mean shit if ES decides to dump. So if you're looking at trading the NASDAQ and you're not paying attention to what ES is doing, you're going to be in for a world of hurt eventually. Because if ES decides to start dumping, I don't give a shit what the hell NQ is looking at or NQ is showing you. NQ is going to dump. I don't care how bearish NQ looks. If ES is continuously shooting up, you're gonna have a problem on your hands if you're shorting. I may exit shorts and go long. I'm looking for a long too, Tradeaholics. Me as well. We just swept multiple levels of liquidity here, so they have my attention now. But I just don't like how they have my attention by hanging this down here. I wanted them to sweep this and get like a little FU candle to the downside first, create a little something. The way that 15-minute candle closed, that's bearish. Right there. So they just tapped into that, but I gotta be on alert here. A75 holds, it shoots up, he says. Very much so, I agree. We didn't tap into this 5 though. Yes. We're at the decision zone right now. We're at a decision zone. This is the decision zone that we're at right now. I'm going to show you. Well, one, they gave up this entire move, so that's invalidated now. We're at a huge decision zone. This market is either going to bounce right now from this little mini 15-minute BISI here. I'm going to tell you what's going to happen, and you can formulate it yourself. And if you've been studying inside Discord, you might be able to find an attack plan out of here or manage your risk off of this. This market is either going to bounce from here and continue higher for the rest of this day, or they are going to immediately flush this directly through here. And when they flush this directly through here, I don't think that they're initially going to stop here. I'm going to be for real. I think that they're going to target this. So either this holds, which means that if that holds, then this is going to hold on NQ, because I don't give a fuck what NQ is doing. If ES decides to shoot up, NQ is going to shoot up too. Or they dance this here and then they flash this and then they take out this level right here. And then when they take out that level, then they'll bounce this shit. That's just what I believe. So it's one or the other. We are right now at the major crossroads right now. We are at a major crossroads, and I am considering longs here. We are at a serious major crossroads right now. We swept multiple liquidity levels. We swept 1, 2, 3, 4. My buy button is my order button is switched to long. Bro, this shit needs to dump hard. No effing way people are still buying. There's no one buying here, bro. There's no one buying here, bro. This thing is targeting liquidity. Yeah, there's people buying here, but yeah, trust me. I used to ask myself that question too. Like, I used to be like, who the hell is selling this damn thing? Why does this thing keep on going lower? Who the hell is buying this damn thing? Why do we keep on going higher? Bro, this thing is just trying to fill orders. That's it. It's just trying to transact. Nothing more, nothing less. Bro, the shit that you're looking at is not controlled by buyers and sellers. It's fully controlled by a computer algorithm, and it's just booking price. It's just trying to fill orders, as many orders as possible, to then generate money from the spread over here that you see at the top left-hand corner of your screen. Anything else is irrelevant. So that used to be my logic, and I blew up too many accounts before I finally realized what the truth was. But it had to be revealed to me. Free sauce for real. It's true. Yeah, it's true. But most people don't realize that. Most people still think that it's really controlled by a free world and by now it is randomly sometimes. It is randomly. That will happen, yes. That will happen, but that's called manual intervention. Like when Trump talks, or like when he says some weird shit like tariffs are on or tariffs are off, then it's controlled by buyers and sellers. But otherwise, it's fully manipulated, man. It fully is. They're bouncing at the sweep in these multiple levels of liquidity here. Am I considering a long here? Let me see what I got. I will take a flyer on a long here for half size here. If we get a pullback. If we get a pullback, yeah, I'll do it. Because We just tapped into a 15-minute BISI and we just swept multiple levels of liquidity. Yeah, I'll do that. And quality of this trade, though, is still about a C. C, because we took it out and we tapped it, but we just tapped this 15-minute BISI here. And they didn't flush just like how I normally like to. And I don't have a decent size 1 minute BISI here to where I can manage my risk off that. It's something small here. So they could still very well flush this shit. So I got to be on alert. But they at least took out that liquidity I was waiting on. And they're going up now. I hope they go up in a straight line. The further they go up in a straight line, then I will just wait for a pullback and I will align myself with this. So this just more so confirms. So I'm actually not missing out on anything. If they go too far up in a straight line, like if they just go directly straight up in here and then they take this out right here, then I'll short it. You understand what I'm saying? Then I'll just do that. But if they just go up into here, 3 or 4 candles, and they do this, then I just do nothing. Like how they have been doing. I bought the sell side we just took, he says. What's the plan, Unc? I just told you what the plan was, my brother. How old are you, Black Picture? Because I can't see a username. How old are you, man? Sell high, buy low. Sell high, buy low. Yeah, that's the theory. That's the theory, I'm not gonna lie. Why can't I hear him? Why can't you hear who? Is his mic muted? Is my mic muted? No, it's not muted. Because I can see my voice going up and down. He said, "Nah, we hear you." Nah, man, that's you. Look at that candle. That's not making me want to buy that with confidence. Because they didn't flush these people out like how I thought that they would. So I don't know about doing this again. Oh, my volume was down. My bad, G. Bro's volume was down. You better turn off. This is all scribbling in all caps. They're going crazy, bro. They're going crazy out here, bro. This is insanity. Look at that. NY says, I can hear. Okay, thanks for confirming. Black Picture. Yeah, bro, because he doesn't have a name. It's just a black picture. So I don't know what to call him. I don't want to call him Bob. You might think I'm talking to somebody else. Bro, how old are you, man? All this aside. Are you 16, 17, 18, 19 years old? Don't lie. Don't try and inflate your age, bro. Keep it 100. Look at that. Look at this clusterfuck they got going on here. Are you serious, bro? This is disgusting. Look at this, disgusting. They are disgusting. People aren't even going to long the top after today. Bro, you're tripping. People long the top all the time. User 182228. I get people on here all the time. They actually get upset with me. I promise. I promise. I've had people say, "Yo, what are you waiting on, bro? The market's up. Buy the top." And I go, "Okay, well, you full port that, and you let me know how it goes." And I actually had someone that did that like 3 weeks. Was it like 3 or 4 weeks ago? And I said, "Okay, well, buy the all-time high, then buy it right here." And she did that, and she was like, "Oh yeah, I just did 8 contracts." Minis, 8 minis. I'm in 8 minis. And the market dumped a full-blown 1.5% immediately, like after she bought it. And she logged off, and I had not seen her since. So Lord have mercy upon her soul. I hope she's okay. Yeah. You know, that was crazy. Okay, liquidity bot. Go ahead. Yeah, that's what I told her. I was like, okay. So okay. I literally told her, guys, people on stream for that. Like they weren't guys, no scenarios do I make up or do I like inflate. I'm serious. It literally went like that. And I was like, okay, do that. And I called it out on stream and I was like, okay, let me know. And then like an hour and a half went by, and I just forgot about it. And I said, "Oh shit!" And we were literally down 2%. And I asked her, and I was like, "Hey, what's going on? You there?" And it was just no sound. Like she was just gone. Like, and I use her as an example when I say, guys, look, those are the people that are trying to force you to buy breakouts like that. Like they want you to do that, and like they want you to short the hole like this, and then you get pumped on. Like, like they're just like they just wake up on a weird side of the bed and they just start doing things. R.I.P. Yeah, that was crazy. She was crying and shit. Yeah, that was crazy. Show them this. Oh, here you go. I hung on the top yesterday by accident and had to hold it. Luckily, it came back to life. Yeah, what happened with that? Jesus Christ, Shallow. Top tick the top wrong direction. Shiloh said he logged the top. Yeah, that was crazy. I'm telling you, bro, you don't want to be doing that. What do you think about Patrick Whelan, Unc? Bro, I'm going to start responding to these Unc comments, bro, until you tell me your age. What's your age, bro? Well, you look at it long, you think it's going to go to $50 a dump from here. $50, go with the $50. What's $50? SAT silver bullet forming, Unc. Bro, I think this dude's trying to get on my nerves. He knows it's irritating. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. The Discord said he knows it's irritating. Yeah, he does. He's just being funny. I know he's just being funny. I know. Yeah, I know. That's funny. That's funny. He's a good dude, though. Hold on, did we get us a... Yeah. Yeah. He just subbed for $3. Good job. Check Discord chat. I just posted an example along in the top, Shiloh says. Shiloh says that he doesn't want to. Shiloh says he wants y'all to see that long on the top is not a good idea. So he was not listening. He wanted y'all to see this. See how he took the top there? And so he went against what I've been saying for a while. He said, luckily it came back. Keyword lucky. You see how it came back on him? Yeah, no, don't do that. Pretty much top tick the top, he says, in the wrong directions. I was fried. In wrong directions, yeah. I believe it or not, I went through a period of that too. That period of time was when I was doing the orbs. So like when I was doing the orbs, like trying to trade the orbs, like I would get screwed over because the orb required me to buy the top. So I would buy the top and they would dump it. And I would short the bottom and they would pump it. And like, yeah, I was like, man, this is just not a good idea. What do I think about Patrick Whelan? I don't know. I can't remember. I can't remember about him, bro. I cannot remember. If I remember correctly, I think that he got sued. Was it him that got sued by Apex or something like that? Apex might sue me eventually if they find out what I got going on here with this Eval Instant Pass. They might do that to me. Because they don't know that I keep on doing Eval Instant Pass and keep on creating these accounts. They don't know that. Like, they don't know that, like, because they banned me at first because I was too profitable. So they did that, and then they banned my main account. So then I created more accounts. And now I just do Eval Instant Pass, and I just get the accounts instantly. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. Well, that's the Eval Instant Pass method right here that we got inside Discord. But you know, man, they banned me on like some weird shit. When they sent me that weird ass email earlier this year, whatever the fuck it is, sent me that weird ass email. But you got to hit them over the head for like about 350,000 per account though, in order for them to then they'll do it. Yeah, like this. They'll say this: congratulations on your achievements and the level of payouts and balances you've attained. So then they'll say you will no longer be able to add new test accounts. Your testing phase is now behind you. And then like they'll reaffirm it, and then they'll say shit like this: no additional evaluation accounts can be added to your membership going forward. So like I figured out how to get around this, but what happened was it was like 2 a.m. in the morning, and I was getting ready to request a payout, and then I scanned the wrong ID to the one that they told me no more accounts under. But I had like 25 or 30, so I broke the rules twice. Because I just be doing eval Instapass, and Apex is like instant funding for me. So they sent me this at 3 a.m. in the morning. That was why I sent this, because I'm very transparent inside Discord. So then they sent this and they banned me for fraud. So they closed out they deactivated all of my evals and all of my, so I lost like 30 of them shits. But then like I went back and, I mean, so then that's why I started the 1K to the 50K challenge. Because since I have nothing, I know how to crack the prop firm code. So I'm gonna walk everybody through Discord on how to turn $1,000 or less in the funded accounts, $1,000 less in investments, into 50 or 60,000. So I was like, shit, since I don't got nothing, shit, I'm gonna start it up with y'all. Shit, why not? I'm gonna just walk out through it, and then the people that aren't ready, it'll just be documented here. So whenever I purchase an account or whenever I do anything, it'll be documented here. So that's where we're at. So our first payout is going to be about 6,000 to 8,000. Then our second payout is going to be about 20,000, and our third payout is going to be about 30 to 40,000, and then we will have achieved that. So yeah, so for everyone that's new, that's what. But don't rush the process though, because it'll be documented for you inside Discord, and then we'll do it again. And so now, like if you look at your screen, like, now, as you can see, well, Discord has already seen this, but now as you can see, look, I got all these accounts passed again. So I just did eval Instapass, and I got them sitting over here on the side. So I know y'all probably thinking, if he was just banned, how the fuck did he get 20 accounts again? Well, I just did eval Instapass again, and it pays for itself, because nothing beats, guys. That's why I'm able to have patience like this, because I know if I wait all day and I take one trade, I'll be able to make $5,000 to $10,000 in like 60 seconds because of this. So I got this ace up my sleeve. So if you're trading the evals, and if you don't, like, if you're still practicing, that's different. But if you know how to trade, and if you're already profitable, you're just wasting your time. Why would you want to do that? I'm just being honest. So yeah, as you can see, I've already passed them. So I got them over here. And well, if you got them passed, why aren't you trading all of them? Because I'm walking people through how to scale up, because it requires patience in order to do that. But a lot of traders don't have the patience. That's why they blow up the accounts, because they're trying to get to the money as soon as possible. But it's miraculous that if you have patience and if you just stack days and weeks together, then you'll have exponential growth. So in a few months, we'll turn 1,000. Guys, where else can you turn $1,000 into like 60 or 70,000 in a few months? I don't know where else you could do that. But if you try and get it in 2 or 3 days, then you'll never get there. You'll just blow up the accounts. So you have to have so you have to have the discipline. What is the eval instant pass? I just pass the accounts instantaneously. That's what that is. You just sub, so I'll answer your question on that. So I'll answer your question. Yeah. So the eval process is a scam. The only time it's not a scam is when you're learning. But once you know how to read this market like how we do in here, then why would you want to spend your money trading? Why would you want to spend your time trading them for what? When you can just get right to making the money. I spoke to a guy that owns his own prop firm, and that's what he told me. It's a top 5 for sure. I'd probably say top 4 prop firm in the space. And that's what he told me. Because he was like, he knows me by my first name. He goes, hey, Eric, they don't realize that they got to make 200%, and then they start all over again. They don't know that. They don't know that. And we play a psychological game with them. So they make 200%, and then they got to start all over, and then they got to do it again to even get to one payout. What's the chances that they continuously repeat that over and over again before I take all their money. And I said, god damn, that's a good ass point. And he was like, the beauty about it is they're all trading these support and resistance in these trend lines, and so he trades like how I trade. He reads the market like how I do it. You know, and he was like, they're doing all of this stuff and they'll never get it. But he was like, but I hope that they get it. I hope that they get to one payout. Because if I pay them $2,000 on one payout, then they'll think that strategy works and they'll get lucky, and then they'll give me four to six, 6,000 in return. He was like, but even then, I won't even be greedy. He was like, even then, if I only get 2,500 back out of the 2,000 I gave them, I win. So I know I'll get that. That's what he told me. That was me imitating his voice. I said, well, goddamn. Yep, that's what he said. Yep, it's crazy. So I said to myself, why would I want to do that? So I perfected the eval Instapass. It's right here inside Discord. Excuse me. So for everyone that's new, it's right here. It's in this section right here. This is how to do the eval Instapass from anywhere in the world, from a web-based trade copier. But I prefer to do it from the Replicano. This is the eval Instapass method, step-by-step instructions. Don't copy that. Step-by-step instructions. You won't be able to see that. Step-by-step instructions from here. From NinjaTrader. So yeah. These are just the but everything is here. As you can see. Anyway. Guys, listen. I know that y'all, guys, listen. You won't be able to scam me or bamboozle me. What I mean, he said, what? Where's your Discord? The link's in my bio. But the Discord link is hidden. You have to pay $11 to join. So the $11 is for the knowledge community page because it ties into the point I was making, NY. The point I was making, NY, was it doesn't matter how many accounts you can get. Yeah, you'll get an unlimited amount of evals, but it doesn't matter if you don't know how to trade. That's why I tell people all the time you need to practice on an eval first, and you need to learn. You can master trading without blowing money. You can master trading from demo trading actually, but most people don't want to do that. They get greedy and they want to learn now, and they want the money now. They don't want to wait a couple months to learn and to master it. But the knowledge community page is $11 a month per month. I'm not joking. It's that inexpensive. So that's what that is. And then secondly, Discord is $29 a month, but that's on page one. You can access it the same day. But don't join here and ask me what an FVG is, because I'm gonna ask you, did you read page one? Don't come in here and say what's a liquidity sweep, because I'm gonna say, did you read the FVG playlist where it says don't talk to me or ask me questions if you didn't watch this playlist? There ain't nothing but 3 videos, like 10 minutes long. $11 is a steal. Oh, you're not for sure. People in here changing their lives. They tell me that all the time. I promise. They feel as though that they're robbing me in here. I promise. They say that all the time. I've shown that before in here, but I'm not going to pull it up again. But that's what they tell me. I promise. I promise. That's what they say. You can see, that's what they say. What they say. Yeah, this is us making money yesterday. Yeah. I don't know where these messages are. I'm not going to search for them. can I get a junior discount? What's your age, bro? What's your age? What's your age right now? What's your age? Tell me what your age is. You just subscribed, I might give you a discount. You just subscribed, I might give you a discount right now. And the people listening to me might get a discount too. If you tell me your age right now, I'll give you a 25% discount on the entire chat. But don't lie to me. Don't lie. I'll give you 25% off right now. It'll make it $8 a month. Don't lie. I'm 16, I'm your older brother, bro. I'm 29. I'm 19, Trevor says. Okay? Tell the truth first. No, I said tell the truth first. All right, man, listen. I'll do you a favor. I said tell the truth. I'll do you a favor. I don't ever give out sales because it's already inexpensive. But listen, because I've been asking your age all day. You can use this code here. The link is in my bio when you sign up. It'll take the code. It'll take the price from $8 a month. From $11 a month down to $8. It'll take the Discord from $29 down to $20. Then you can join in with us and you can be a part of it and you can make money with us. Because what you're listening to me on is a 10-second delay. But that does not mean that you're not going to be able to not read the Knowledge and Community page. If you want to buy 3 months worth of the Knowledge Community page, it'll take it down to $20. 3 months for $20, but you can't have one without the other. If you want to do 3 months, he said he should be in school if he's 16. I know, right? What the hell is he doing? But Harem is like 18, 19, and he's making $200,000 a day in here. That was crazy. He's a dude that was in Miami. But yeah, nah, that shit was crazy. But what was I saying? So yeah, 3 months of the Discord will be like $50, $55. So you can get everything for like $75, $70 for 3 months. Or if you want to do a year's membership and not worry about it, it'll be like $150 for Discord for a year, which is like $10 a month. So you're gonna make 10 times back that in one trade from in here for when I actually do take a trade. And then you can ask questions and I can see your trade setups and I can grade it. And you can screen share and you get free classes on the weekend. Because we do free classes. I was in here last night with a student one-on-one until like 11:30 last night. I promise. For free, and I didn't charge her nothing. Because I want to do it. I want to help you. I'm serious. Because y'all not going to be able to pay me for what I think it's worth. I want to do it because I want to help you. If you're not going to pay me $10,000 an hour minimum, $10,000 to $15,000 an hour, I'm not going to do it. And I know none of y'all are going to do that. So, $200 what? For a year's membership. It's less than that, though. It'll be like $150. Okay, I need help. Okay. So, you can do this. You can put this code in. The code is called Legacy. I'm going to put it in. It will take 25% off whatever you decide to buy. And both memberships, because you can't join Discord without it. It's hidden like that on purpose. I just pinned this comment. So you can use the code Legacy and you can sign up. It'll take 25% off whatever. If you want 25% off a month, then it'll do that. If you want 25% off a year, it'll do that. It'll do that. The code is called Legacy. Thanks, son. No problem, man. So yeah. It's called Legacy. That'll take 25% off. So yeah, what do you do? Jump to present. What do you do? Let me read this. This score's going a little bit crazy. What happened? Took a scalp on back and forth. Okay. This is where my results really come from in back testing. And also being on stream, we're here with E. That's my name. Start with my TradingView paper account. 2 months, not bad. Holy shit. Managing his risk, he's up 16,000. Guys, I know you're probably thinking, hey, that's a paper trading account. Guys, professional traders love paper trading. They love demo because they follow the same rules. There is no difference between paper and real money. This market's gonna do what it's gonna do regardless. That's how I call it out, nonstop. So it's you, because you're not trading this like you would a normal real account. So he took my advice, and look, he's killing it. He's up $750 so far today, and he was done before 10 o'clock. Combine should be done. He passed his combine from being here. Yo, NQ, I got a question you got, Shiloh. Why did I hit 53K but my profit target is one band away? What account are you trading? What account are you trading, Shiloh? I just saw your message. 21st, B-Day, September 6th, yo. You're 21, Shiloh. You're not that old. Does anyone know why my profit target didn't stop at 53K? I'm 16. Penny's is 16. I just got out of school like 30 minutes ago. Penny's is 16? Wow. That's crazy. So he's up 19. Yeah, I did. It's 500 up the profit target. It just loaded. Oh, okay. Yeah, man. It might not load immediately all the time. So good job. You almost passed this combine. Great job for being here. Nye says, I see a link tree, but that's it. You got to click on the link tree, and then there's an anime character, and you got to click on that picture. It'll pull up. It'll say wap.com. So it'll pull up, and you'll see it's $11. So you have to click this. So when you click the link tree, click on the page that says knowledge and community page. That one. And you'll see it. And put the code in legacy in. Whichever plan you decide to sign up with. My Wi-Fi's been tripping all day. Did I miss anything? Nothing, Shirley. They're calling me Unc, Shirley. They're calling me Unc. It's crazy. How old are you, Shirley? Because they might start calling you Auntie. Again? She says, yeah, again. How old are you? There's people here that's 16. I didn't realize that. They're gonna be loaded. They're gonna be loaded. That's crazy. I'm 23. Man. What they call me? 36? No, you are definitely Unc, Tim Bryan. No. Maybe. No, you're like on the border, like between Unc and Big Bro. Super Big Bro. Cause no, you're Unc, Tim. Because if you're 17, 18, 19, then like you could be my dad's brother. Then you could be someone's dad's brother. Because that's what Unc is, technically speaking, is dad's brother. So I can't be your dad's brother if I'm 10 years older than you. Yeah. Penny said he's for sure Unc. Penny's is 16 years old. He just got out of school. No, he's Unc, Shirley says. Shirley said he's Unc. That's crazy. Pre-Unc. Yo, where are you coming up with these words from, bro? Bro, where are you coming up with these words from, bro? He said pre-Unc. I mean, you could. Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could do anything. I could trade this garbage here and blow my account. I could do that too. He said that you're pre-Unc. Thanks, Unc. Pre-Unc. Said he was 16. I'm 16, Unc. Not bad, man. Not bad. Pre-Unc is crazy. Yeah, where they come up with these terms from? Come on, bro. Where did you make that up at? Are they saying that in school? Are you still in school right now? Black screen photo. Cause what's your name, bro? Well, just give me a nickname like J or M or E or K. What's your name? This is gonna flush very much so. They're fucking around. I wanted to short it up in here. They're goofing around. Are you in school? Are you in school so I can play John Cena again at the top of my lungs so you can get caught and they can put you in ISS? Turn that shit up, he says. I might play Tom and Jerry screaming to scare you out. Turn that volume up a little bit so I can. Get your ass caught up in school, man. Bro, you don't know about Tom and Jerry. I know, man. I used to love Tom and Jerry when I was a kid. Started to get watered down as of late. Yeah. But now, all this aside, man, don't get caught up in school, man. Don't do that. Look at this garbage, man. What are they doing to this market, dude? Is that a volume balance right there that I see? I don't know if I should long this or buy this shit. I don't know. Whoa, what was that? Okay, they came back and they filled that. I was looking at this right here. That was crazy. Okay, this ain't nothing but a 3 here. But they're goofing off here. I might try and take a flyer on the small little position here to target this little imbalance that they got going on here. But I don't know. I don't trust this. Looks to me like they want to dump. I don't trust this. I'm just being honest. I don't trust this. Why don't I trust this? Because most traders are going to be looking at this like, hey, this is supposed to hold up this market. So like they might try and liquidate these people and flush this through this floor here. Why? Because trend lines don't work. They only show you these things so that they can make you put orders there so that they can liquidate you. So I'm not gonna do that. Guys, I'm able to see trend lines like immediately. Because I used to that's how I started trading. That's what I used to do. I started out doing that shit. But now I know, me knowing, I know that they're just doing it to then target other levels of liquidity. They don't work. So see, like a trendline trader is gonna go, oh well, let me readjust it now. Oh, now it works. Now see the trend line works. What you talking about? Man, this shit wasn't working. You just keep on moving that trend line. That's what you're doing. Man. Look at this clusterfuck. Where we tapping into where we tapping into this 1 right here in this 15. They might try and shoot this shit up a little bit. I might try and take a flyer here, but the quality of this trade is gonna be about a C-. Quality of this trade is probably gonna be about a C- because they could very well flush this through this floor. But however, before they do that, will I be able to get 20 ticks out of this market? I might wait. I might wait. Looks to me like might want to dump. Look at this. No, that doesn't look too good. What time is it? 2:10. Doesn't look too good here. I gotta chill out. You might want to attack this and heat this up. So I gotta be on alert here because they're not giving me nothing to really manage my risk off of. This market's in no man's land. And these trend lines are not going to work. So I gotta think about that before I try and grow a brain. They just took out this little turtle here. Took out this little internal and then we're bouncing off this 1 right here that we came back from. Look at this garbage Basuda action. Should I take a flyer off of ES alone? I wonder. I'm going to take a flyer on this.
Order submitted.
Entry level trade about 25 ticks. Quality of this trade is about a C. Quality of this trade is about a C, and I'm looking at ES tap into this 1 minute. I'm looking at ES tap into this 1 and this 15 minute here on this decent pullback. And the only reason why I took this was because there's a volume imbalance up here. There's a volume balance right here on ES. That's rare. I normally don't see that. And there's a volume balance right here on QQQ, just mini, small. Quality in this trade, though, is about a C, though, based off of what I'm seeing. I don't really have anything below to really manage my risk, so this can get very dangerous here. So so this is half size here. This is half size, and I'm only trying to get 25 ticks out of this. I'm only trying to get 25 ticks out of this. We took out this little internal here, so I want to see how this market starts to behave here. Quality of this trade is about a C. At best. I was sitting here waiting all day, so I'm playing with fire a little bit here. So I want to see how this manages out here. There's multiple volume imbalances above, but this could get very freaky right here to the downside. So I got to be cautious here. I'm only trying to get 25 ticks out of this, so I got to see. So I got to see what's going on here. There's a volume imbalance above here. I don't like how that's working out. I'm being honest. I don't like that. I don't like how that's looking, but this is half size though. This might be my first loss of the day. Sell or buy. So I just entered into a long right here, half size. I entered into a long on half size here. Oh, they just inversed that. Looks to me like they're gonna flush this, so I might have to cut this trade here. I gotta see something here. I might have to cut this. The quality of this trade is about a C. I don't like that. I'm gonna be honest. So I'm looking at this right now. This is looking kind of spicy here. So I gotta watch this here. We're at the LOD here. So we're at a major decision zone and a major crossroads right now. I had a small drawn liquidity above here. That's why I took that position there. But we inverse what I was looking at over here on ES. So ES is the full-blown right in order to flush just through this floor. But there's a small little volume imbalance in here that I was trying to play just now. If that makes sense. Right in here. That's it. So we'll see what's going on here. But this is half size though. This is about half size. We'll see. So I'm in a long right now. I'm in a long in particular right now. So we're about to see how this is about to shake out here. We're in a long right now. I need them to shoot this. This right here is fully irrelevant. They like to fool and liquidate people off of that. But this is half size though. Very, very light half size. Just one contract. I'm trying to get 25 ticks out of this. There's a slight higher amount on higher drawn liquidity up in here. I'm trying to get 25 ticks out of this, so they better go now. I don't like that. I'm gonna be honest. I don't like that. They better go now. I don't like that. I don't like what they're doing with that. I don't like that. They better go now. Like now. They better go now. Like they better shoot this up into here now. Like within the next 5. This trade is lasting a very long time for me because VIX is extremely low. My trades normally last like 60 seconds or so. So even for me, I'm not liking this right now. I'm just being honest with you. Like I always say, I'm not liking that. I'm not liking that. I'm not liking that a lot. I'm gonna be honest. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like how they did that just now. Did they come up here and fill this? No, they did not. Wow, are you long into a CBE? There is no, I'm not. No, I'm not. That's not a CBE. That's a BISI. That's a 1 and a 5. And a BISI. What CBE are you talking about? Do I see, you see something I don't see, Bedhead? Do I need to cut this? My fault, wrong chart, he says. Okay. Yeah, this is half size. I'm down about $200 right now on this trade. I might cut this. I don't think I'm going to add again on this. Because because I don't have nothing to re-add into, so I might cut this. Looks to me like they're gonna flush this. Is there anything I can manage my risk off of again? I'm still watching this in real time. Down about 35 ticks. A little bit less than a 1R as of right now. Is this getting kind of freaky to the downside? What are they going to do here? Oh, they're going to tap into this. Okay. If they come down here and if they tap into this 15, which is where I think that they're going to go here, I will try and re-add again one more time for half size. Just half size again. One more add. Into here. So I think that they're going to come here at a minimum. That's where I think. So I'm going to watch this. So I'm still in this half size right now, as of right now. I'm still in this half size. So it's okay. Quality of this trade is still a C, because I don't have like a BISI to really be trying to organize a long off of. Like, this is just, this market is essentially almost a no man's land. You understand what I'm saying? So this is half size. I'd manage off the swing low to your left. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm looking at. But in all honesty, Bedhead, what I think that they might do is that they might sweep this right here. So they might do this, sweep this, and then come up into there like this. And that might actually coincide with them tapping into this 15-minute BISI here on ES. Because I just think that if they're here, they're gonna at least tap into this 15-minute BISI before they reverse this. I'm just being honest. That's just what I think. That just makes the most sense to me. Logically speaking, that just makes the most sense to me. Like, why would they not dump this and then tap into this 15-minute BISI before they go higher? And so like, why would they not take this out? Did the sound cut out? No, not yet. So they just took that out just now. And then they just tapped into this 15-minute BISI here just now. Okay, so they just took out the LOD just now on that. So I'm currently watching this right now, and I might add again one more time on half size. Why? Because we just tapped into this 15-minute BISI just now on ES. So we just tapped into a double 15 just now. But I'm watching this. They might do like a small liquidation break, so I got to watch this here. And I got to manage this accordingly. This is heating up to the downside a little bit more than I'm liking. Okay, again, guys, I'm in here half size, and we just tapped into a 5. I am going to add. No, I'm not. I'm probably going to cut this. I'm watching this, and I'm managing this. Down 92 ticks on this, and I'm watching this. Hold on. ES is now tapping into here. Whew. Are they going to target this that I had? Looks like to me. I'm no longer looking to make money off this trade. I'm no longer looking to do that. I'm looking to manage my risk off this trade. I was a little bit too early on this, but
Order filled.
But I'm going to re-add again one more time. So I re-added again just now on that. Just now on that small little liquidation break. One contract. That's why I entered into half size so that I can manage this accordingly. We are now tapping into a double 15 right over here. So I'm watching this play out. I'm currently watching this play out right now. So that's why I entered into half size. I'm watching this play out right now in real time. So we just took out that lower level liquidity just now. This isn't looking too good. I gotta watch this carefully because I might be at my loss limit on this account here, on my daily loss. So I gotta watch this because it looks to me like they're targeting this level that I said that if they come in here, they're gonna come here. So I'm watching this right now in real time. I'm managing this and I'm watching this right now in real time. I re-added again right here for basically about close to full size. We will see. We will see what happens here. So my average entry is about right here, but I'm watching this right now. I'm no longer really trying to make money off this trade right now. Not unless something stands out to me, because I think that the drawn liquidity is lower here on this. I'm just being 100% honest with you. But I'm not panicking. No, I'm watching this, and I got to see how they decide to make this play out and make this shake out here. Looks to me like they're going down here in a straight line with this. They're just invalidating these 15-minute bitches here. They're gonna come a little bit lower, maybe. We'll see. Let's see what they decide to do. Are they gonna decide to target these upper levels of liquidity up in here? I'm watching this and I'm managing this in real time here. What are they gonna do? I'm not gonna chase this though. Not going to chase this. They're gonna come a little bit lower. Okay. Gonna come a little bit lower, which is fine. Which is fine. And I wanted to re-add again. Half size. So they tease my exit up here. I might want to be all right here. I'm watching this. I'm watching this in real time. I'm still in this trade, guys. I'm still in this trade. I'm still in this trade. I'm managing this and I'm watching this in real time here. I'm managing this and I'm watching this in real time. Down 600. They're coming down here like that. They're going to flush this. Now 700 right now in this trade. I'm watching this. That's what happens when you take C quality trades. That's what I get for taking C trades. They're going to flush that. They're not going to leave that intact. They're going to come down a little bit lower, and then they're going to go higher. This right here is damn near too much of a perfect bottom right there for them to reverse that. They're going to attack that. So I'm not going to re-add. Oop. They're going to attack that. See, I'm not having something to really manage my risk off. That's why I said that this is a C. What's ES doing? So ES is now retapping into this 15 here. ES is at a 15 and a 15. ES is at a 15 and a 15 here. So they just took out that. Is there sound? You guys can't hear me? Can Discord hear me talk? Can Discord hear me talking? I can. Okay, yes. Yes, there's sound. Everyone can hear me talking. Okay. I'm watching this in real time. Today is a really tricky, tough day to trade here. We're over here, this decision. I'm watching this, and I'm watching how this is reacting here. This can get very freaky to the downside, so I'm a little bit hesitant on trying to add again. I'm down 700. So I gotta watch this here. I am going to re-add again close to about full size right now. Hold on. I don't like how they're doing that, though. Hold on. I want to be close to admitting defeat. You know what? I'm going to be close to about admitting defeat here. Hold on. I'm going to wait for this. We're right here. They're coming here. This right here is the drawn liquidity that they're trying to attack. I'm watching this. Hold on. I'm watching this. Hold on. This right here is what they're trying to come to this entire time. We're at this 1 and this 5, and we're inversing it. It's going straight down in a straight line. 2 contracts down $1,000 right now on this account. HVL 0DT is right here. Ooh, they're at 580. Yeah, they're gonna flush this. I gotta cut this. I'm not gonna add to this. I gotta manage the risk on this. I just tapped into 580 just now. Lower today is 579.99. They're gonna flush that and they're gonna type that again. I'm gonna try and manage my risk off this a little bit. They're gonna attack that.
Order filled.
I just added again. Slightly. I'm down 42 ticks right now, and I'm just now trying to manage my risk. So I gotta watch this carefully. Fixed it. Okay, good. I gotta watch this carefully right now. This right now, listen to me. If you're in this trade, you need to cut this and you need to admit defeat. So you need to cut this. This is something that I'm particularly playing with right now. So if you don't feel comfortable with risking anything more than $700, you need to cut this right now. Everyone that's inside Discord, you need to cut this. I'm playing this right now because I'm trying to play this bounce right now because I think that they're going to bounce this. That's just what I personally think. So I think that they're going to start targeting upper levels of liquidity up in here. So I'm going to personally try and play that. So that's what I'm getting ready to do. Up in here like this. And I'm going to be out like this. That's just what I personally think. However, they left the LOD at 579.79. I don't like that. I think that they're going to come back for that at a later time. Wow.
Order filled.
Wow, look at that.
Order filled.
Hold on. I'm going to...
Order filled.
Okay. So I got out at break even on that. So I managed my risk and I got out at break even. That right there was a C quality trade that I was very unhappy with. So I averaged down in order to take a loss. I still think that they're going to flush this shit through this floor. Because the LOD is $799.99. They don't like numbers like that. So I will reevaluate at another time on that trade, and I'm not going to sit here. Excuse me, and I'm not going to debate that. So I cut that shit. So I cut that shit in particular. So I was able to manage my risk slightly with that. So the reason why I did that was because the LOD is $579.99. I know that they don't like perfect. And so considering that I know that they don't like perfect, the problem with this is this. They're right here. They're right here. So what I said earlier was remember when I said that this market is at a decision zone right here? They're at a decision zone. So I said that we're either going to bounce up in here and then go higher, or if we come down into here, this is what I said verbatim. I said that they are going to attack this. But I said that they can come down here, touch this, and bounce it, but they're more than likely going to attack this. So I don't want to interfere with the fact that they are right here at this liquidity zone. That is why I cut that trade at break even. I don't care about really making money. Let me take it back. I don't care about being right. I care about making money more so. And my spotty senses are tingling, and it's telling. Now they could very well pump this from here, using the power that's 15. But before they do that, they would have stopped me out, because they could finally choose to turn the computer and just do some weird shit like this and then do this. So I don't want to risk being stopped out like that. So I decided to add down to normal size, and I averaged down not to win. I averaged down to lose. So I averaged down to intentionally get out. But however, that's like a higher kind of level kind of ordeal right there. I'm just being honest. Your entry is my TP, Unc. Good job. Proud of you. You like longs here? I do at this point. That was impressive, man. Crazy Fizz says. Are you trading CP? Solid risk management. Just because it didn't profit doesn't make it a bad trade. Yeah, no, it doesn't. Because I still think that they're going to do something like reverse this shit up in here, but I just didn't want to take that chance. Not with ES. Not with ES dead ass eyeballing this. Okay. Right on. I like it. VIX is low, so it might not even tap in. Yeah, that had. This has been a very tricky day today, to say the least. Like today has been so tricky to the point to where like they might even keep 579 intact, but everything that I know is telling me no. So this trade is actually working out from where I added down into here. It's actually working out now. Maybe I should reevaluate. For transparency reasons, did anyone inside Discord take a loss on that trade? If you took a loss, be honest, admit it. I did, but all good, Penny says. How much? And if so, how much did you lose? So that I can know, so that I can start to strategize. No, not trading today. No. Okay, good. Anyone? If you took a loss, how much did you lose? And was it on a funded account or was it on the eval? No, Shirley says. You lost 327 on a funded, Mickey says. Okay, you only lost 327. That's not bad. It's on the sales side. This thing might fall off a cliff. Could be. But we don't want to short this right now. Look at this. Here to here. This. So yeah, I got out and I managed my risk accordingly on this one. So yeah, man, the quality of that trade was a C. Because I wasn't able to manage my risk to a BISI or a SIBI. 2:33, 90 minutes left. Bro, I'm up 8K on a funder. What do I do? You stop trading. You should pass it, right? Why would you want to trade it if you're up 8K? Oh, 8K on the eval, he says. Stop trading. You passed it. Oh. What's there to do? Look at this. I knew that they were going to bounce this. But I don't care, man. I don't care. I honestly don't, man. I don't care, not as far as the trading is concerned. What I'm saying is like, I don't care. Like, I just want to get out at break even and just reevaluate. Because clearly I had a wrong draw on liquidity. It's best to get out at break even than it is to it's best to get out with a small cut than it is to then for them to flush it and then you you get fucked up. Look at this bounce that they got going on here. Days range, so the LOD is actually 580. I think that they're going to come and attack this. I don't think that they're going to leave this at 580 like that. I don't think so. That just doesn't make any sense to me. Let me refresh this. Days range is 580 on the dot. I think they're going to reattack this. That's just what I'm thinking. I'm just being 100% honest. I'm looking for a short. Just based off the psychological aspect of this. I think that they're just coming up to go lower. I'm being honest. I'm being 100% honest with you. That's what I think. I'm not even looking at a long here. I think this 1 minute BISI here really doesn't have that much weight. I think they want to reattack this lower. They might go higher first. I think they're trying to go lower. That's why I got out. That's what I think. I seriously think they're just trying to go lower on this market. I just inverse that. They just inverse that. I'm going to try and take a quick flyer right here on the. Well, I don't have anything to manage my risk off of. That's what's within this vicinity again. Jesus Christ. They're just not giving me anything to play to manage my risk off of it within the immediate vicinity. That's why it was tricky. That's why I got myself into that C trade last time. So maybe I should chill out. No matter how bad I want to short this right now, maybe I shouldn't do that. Maybe I should. No multiple levels of confirmation I can manage my risk off of. Just had a liquidity sweep. We tapped into 580. The only drawn liquidity that I think is lower is the fact that this is a perfect round hold number right here. And everything in me is telling me that they want to come out and attack this. Everything in me is telling me that. But there's an hour and change left in this day. So what does that mean? There's an hour and change left in this day, but everything in me is telling me that they're going to attack this and flush this. It's just what it's telling me. Just being honest. So yeah, I actually would have been correct if I would have took that short just now. It's just what it's telling me. Like everything in me is telling me that they're going to flush this through this floor. I think they're going to flush this through this floor, man. They are going to target this right here. This right here is what they're targeting. They're targeting this. $837 area. Yeah, I agree. That's what I'm looking at too, Shiloh. That's what I'm looking at. But we just swept some liquidity here, so they could very well bounce this. And they're not creating any imbalances. So I just want to let you know that that's the Knowledge of Community page. In order to join Discord, you have to how to join Discord is on page 1. So you can use the same code. You can use the same code for Discord, but how to join Discord is on page 1, 9. So I just saw you join. I don't know if you're still in here, but I'll send you a message. Lost 495 till y'all funded, locked out. Volume imbalance on QQQ. Where? I don't see anything too strong. Man, this is abysmal. Might start targeting upper levels of liquidity up in here. What game were they trying to play? think they might get kind of freaky to this downside. I think they're gonna get freaky to this downside. It's just what I think. They're not gonna let that stand. They're not gonna let 580 be the LOD. They're not gonna do that. They're gonna flush this. I'm telling you they are. Hmm. Hmm. Look at this tricky. I think they're gonna target this liquidity down here. That's what I think. Um, I think this market is heavy. I'm just being honest. I just think that they're bullshitting. 244. I think they're gonna dump this, man. I think that they're gonna dump this. Jaden says shorted at 23,870 with 2 contracts on paper. Let's see what I think that works out. I'm not gonna lie. I swear to God, I think that plays out for you. Because I think that the drawn liquidity is lower. That's why I cut my losses at break even here. But I re-added here in order to cut it at break even. I think that they're gonna dump this. I front ran the TP, got out $75 profit. Mickey's the only one that lost again. Mickey lost 320 on the funded. Ray says, can you walk us through the premise of how you mitigated your loss? So this is how I mitigated my loss. So for everyone that's wondering, when I say it's a C, that's why I say I entered in with half size. With an A, I might do 1 or 2 contracts. But as of late, they haven't been giving us anything, so I didn't have to take anything. But I took that C quality trade because we had to sweep with this little internal here. But I entered with half size, which was 1 contract. Then what happened was when we swept this right here, it wasn't that I added right here because we swept that. I didn't add necessarily on these, so it's okay. I might be 100 on my top step. Okay, good job, Mickey. Way to mitigate. Okay, I feel a little bit better. So when we swept this, because I take this seriously, because when we swept this, it wasn't that I added here because hey, I was trying to average down $1 or DCA. No, we swept that, and when we swept that, we tapped into this 15-minute BISI here. We had a 5, we had a 1, 5, and a 15 here. So I figured that we were at least, which we did. I figured we were going to tap into here and shoot up in here, which is exactly what we did. It just took 1 minute for it to play out, like 1 extra minute here, or 2 or 3 extra minutes. So I added here, and then once we flushed into here, right here, I figured that we were going to bounce and get this, at least on ES. So I know that if ES goes up, NQ is going to go up with it, conversely. So with that being said, guys, once I know that I'm wrong, my entire mindset shifts from making money to then mitigating damages. I no longer still, guys, just because it starts going up, I don't just start thinking, oh my God, it's going up now. Let me start making money. No, I go, how can I mitigate my losses? So like that's how I'm thinking. So I added half size, another half size here, and then I added on full size here. And I said I'm going to be out damn near break even in order to mitigate my damages. Why did I do that? Because I saw that the LOD was 580, and I know that they don't like perfect. So I knew that they were going to come down here, but they just happened to do it in a lucky way to where it would have shot up and I would have made a shitload of money. But I don't care about making money. I don't. I care about managing my risk. I care about managing my risk. So again, like how I'm saying, like they're gonna flush this. Like this is not going to hold here. This LOD at 580 on QQQ. If you like long and round whole numbers, then you're just becoming the liquidity. I'm serious. So like if they bounce us up into here, then I'm gonna for sure goddamn short this. Like 100%. Because they're here again. But okay, so they just took it out. So that's what I was. So this right here is exactly why I closed that break even right here. It's just that they gave me a chance to get out over here whenever they barely tapped it. So this right here was what I was avoiding. So if I did not manage this risk, I would actually still be down right now, and I would not be able to break even. That would be a problem. So I saw that and I analyzed that in real time. You saw me out, guys. I was talking to myself out loud on purpose. I know we don't talk to myself like that. I was doing that on purpose so you can learn. And so that you can go, well, that's a C, and I don't have multiple levels of confirmation, so I'm not going to take that. That's why you have to pay for the knowledge of community so that you can understand. And so that you can study the things inside Discord so you can understand what's going on. All right, and then you can make your own judgments. That's why this is not an alert service. So with that being said, when I saw 580, I said, oh shit, they're going to come back for that. Let me get out while the going's good. And then I wanted to get a short in, but they didn't give it to me, right? So they finally took out this perfect number here. So now we just have to reevaluate now currently. It's just where we're at right now currently. Okay, so I personally think that there's a good chance that they're going to come back and attack this again. Why is that? Because the LOD is 23,840. That's a perfect round hole number. Guys, I just keep on reevaluating this thing in real time because I understand how this program works. So 23,840 is not going to stand again at the LOD. Days range 23,840 on NQ, I don't believe them. Like, they're going to have to flush this again. Guys, this number, guys, you'll start to see what I'm talking about when I start to say that this market does not like perfect. So you think there's a human controlling this and going, oh, I want to flush 580? I don't like 23,840 because he hates round hole numbers? No. This algorithm does not like that because it knows that there's orders there, so it wants to smash those orders. And it's only trying to fill orders. So anything that it does in between then, I just don't believe. I'm sorry, I just don't. So, with that being said, that's the same logic on as to why I figured out that why I figured that they were going to flush this. So I think they're going to do the same thing here, just from understanding its behavior patterns. And you'll learn that from being inside Discord, and from seeing me talk about it nonstop over and over again. So for all intents and purposes, I don't give a fuck about any green candles. I think they're going to flush this. What's Bullinox payout rules? Well, same as Apex. I think they have like a 30% consistency. You might have to check the FAQ, Tim. Lost 1K, just made 700 with that whole move. Good job. Same day. No, they don't have same day payouts. Okay, so they took out this, so it is no longer perfect. They're tapping to the HVL 0 to TE level. If it breaks this and if it gets kind of freaky, you're gonna start to see this market heat up to the downside. This is the 0 to TE HVL level. It's not the full HVL level, but for the 0 to TE option chain, for the 0 to TE options, they will cease hedging below this level. So you might see a violent reaction over here at this particular level in particular. I'm just being honest. So we gotta be on alert for that. Now, the closer that we get to this, they could very well do some freaky shit on up in here. This right here is the next draw on liquidity rate. This right here was the gap fill. Ain't know how to cash you out liquidation. Got 660 profit. Should have just took it on the evals, he said. Jay says, yeah. But at least you learn, Jay. It's all right, you learn. Like I said, guys, they're heating us up to the downside now. Look at that. Look at that. What's this? 65139. That's damn near perfect double bottom. Almost. From what I know, this market doesn't like double bottoms. So I'm a little bit cautious on that. They might flush this here. You gotta be on alert. They might flush this here. They have the full on authority to flush that shit. They're here. What makes the most sense to me before reversal? I'm gonna be honest with you. Is them targeting this, them taking this out right here, and then them sweeping this in a swoop, and then them fully reversing this. That's gonna be my next trade idea for what I'm thinking. I want to see them take out these orders here. Why? Because every single person that shorted up here in this zone that got lucky, they are going to be trying to get out at this dotted line right here. Every single person that bought in this zone here, their final line in the sand is going to be at this line here. So there's going to be hundreds of millions of different people getting in and out of this market all at the same time. You don't want to get in between them whenever they're trying to make money on this spread here that we're looking at. So you got to wait for them to prove it to you or just do something else. That, I'm going to just be honest, that just makes the most sense to me right now at this moment. So these green candles here, I'm really not too sure about that. Everything in me tells me that they want to flush this. I'm just being for real. This is what I think. Zah says, no NASDAQ today. Oh, yeah. I only trade the NASDAQ. I was just analyzing the ES because ES has a lower draw on liquidity. Guys, if you notice, they're not creating any imbalances for you to trade off of. We have this 5. That's it. There's 1 and there's 5 here. Good, damn, that perfect, damn, almost perfect double bottom. Almost perfect. If it was perfect, they would have came back for it, but it's not. This market is starting to show some resiliency. Slight. We have the first presented BISI right here. The first presented here. Hmm. Hmm. Look at that. Hmm. I wonder. Look at them just tease this liquidity sweep here and just shoot this up in a straight line. Very tricky day today. Oh boy. Look what they're doing. Excuse me. 2 minutes before the inverse is 5. This right here is the next drawn liquidity right here. This internal here. I'll put a line right here. This internal is the next drawn liquidity. If they come back on a pullback, I'll long this. That looks to me like the next drawn liquidity. So this trade right here actually worked. Right here. No, it did not. Because I got out here, break even. Because they dumped it like I said that they were going to. So I managed my risk accordingly. And now I have some capital, and now I can do something else that's smarter. If they go up in a straight line, or if they shoot this shit up in here like this, then I'll short it up in here. If they give me a pullback, then I will enter in half size because we're against the overall trend of this market. But however, they might start targeting a higher level of liquidity. So like they got to give me a pullback here shortly. If they give me a pullback into here or here, I would probably say that the quality of this trade in order to get about 25 to 30 ticks is going to be about a C plus. All of these trades are still C's. But I'm going to do half size. But I'm not going to chase this. Not going to chase this. Got to be smart here. Is this gold? No, it's not gold. It's not gold. When was the last time you saw an A plus? Shit. What's today? Wednesday? Probably last week. Is this pre-recorded, Unc? No, it's not pre-recorded. I know it seems like it's pre-recorded because I'm calling it out, but I promise you it's not. Believe it or not, you'd be surprised how often I get that. Like yesterday when I called the 350 macro, people were DMing me and they were like, "Hey, bro, was that? Hey, Hammond, look, can I get the link for that? Because can I get the link for that recording?" I was like, "No, it was not recorded. That was real time. This is not pre-recorded, man. Or it's not." I get that a lot. It's just that I'm just talking this market out in real time. So like when I see that they're going to smash a specific level and I get out and I go, well, they're going to come back for it. Someone could say, well, you should have held on. You would have made money. Well, I ceased caring about being right. You know, like, cause I just wanted to manage my risk because I knew that they were going to come back and attack that because they could have just attacked it immediately. But they allowed me to get out of break even and manage my risk accordingly. It's almost at the top of a descending channel at the moment. Close, possibly. Yeah, but descending channels don't work, man. I'm telling you, man, they don't. They don't. They don't, because look. You want to know how they don't work? Because look. They work until they don't. No, that's a poor example. We'll draw a little trend line. See? Do you see and do you notice how you can continuously keep on adjusting these? So like, if you were looking at this and if you were like, oh, you know, we broke down and they came up with but like they're not respecting this channel here, and it's like you're gonna have to continuously keep on updating the size of this channel nonstop over and over again as time goes on. So like earlier it was like this, but now it doesn't look like a descending channel anymore. It just doesn't. It looks like a descending triangle. But then you adjust it like this, and now it randomly works. Guys, trend lines are going to show you what you want it to show you until it finally does work. That's not trading. I'm just being honest. Just being for real. Look at that dump. They got it. I'm telling you, man. This right here is where I think that they're coming to. That's why I didn't believe them. I don't know about that. I said, Jesus. I know, Jada. It's almost at the top of the center. Okay, close above 865 with a 15-minute. We're skyrocketing, he says. I don't think that we're gonna moon until we take this out. I'm just being honest. Until we take that out, I don't think that this market has any serious intentions of fully reversing. I'm just being for real. Looks much better on a future chart, could be, he says. NQ Insider, new job, UBM. What's that mean? What's UBM mean? Bro says true. I just don't like that. I need them to flush this. So I think that this market is going to temporarily start to reverse after we flush this and we bounce. But here's the caveat to this, ladies and gentlemen. This is the caveat. It's the caveat. Listen. When they flush this, they better not do this. If they flush this and if they do that, then they're extremely close to filling this gap. So they're just going to continue it lower. For this market to reverse for the rest of the day, because there's an hour left, they have to flush this like this, and then be a decent distance away, and then bounce it like this, and create like a BISI or something like that we can organize a play off of. Otherwise, it's not going to work. I'm just being honest. When will you enter another trade? B4G says. They got to show me something, man. Look, they're just dancing us around in here. And so every single time I think I want to take something, they keep on proving me that's why I should not. Like, every imbalance is being invalidated so far. And they're not giving it to me like how I like it. Last time I took a C quality trade, it didn't really work out. And guys, like, if you've noticed, my C quality trades are about, they play out about 65% of the time. At the most 70% of the time. The B's play out about 85% of the time. The A, when I say it's an A quality trade, it plays out literally like 98% of the time. And it's almost instantaneously. Like, it's literally almost instantaneous. It's wild. That's why I give that grade on purpose. Fake out. I feel like this market is a child having a temper tantrum. I agree. It's a child.
Very predictable. Have you messed with Heiken Ashy candles at all? I tried to. That shit was just confusing. I want to be able to read this market like this, and I want it to tell me what it's doing instantaneously. Did they take this out yet? No. They're okay. They're gonna flush this again. So this right here is where they're coming to. So I need them to flush this right now. $308, and we're at the LOD. Remember an hour ago when I said that we were at the decision zone here? I said if we don't bounce up and do something crazy, and if we come down into here, we're going to attack this right here. And I put a line there. That's what that line is. So we are here. That alert that you just saw just now was them taking that out. So they just swept that. They just triggered all of those orders just now. They just made hundreds of millions of dollars. No, I'm sorry. Yes, hundreds of millions, if not billions. If not billions. If not billions, they just made. This is now heating up to the downside. You got to be careful on this. This is very dangerous. We are at the LOD, and there's 30 minutes left in this day. Close 570. High. There's a 5-point volume imbalance, but I'm not going to play this immediately because that's called catching a falling knife. I got to see something else form, but I think that they're going to come back for that. I'm just being honest. So I'm watching that on my other chart, but I'm going to switch over. I'm being honest. I think they're going to come back for that. They're coming back for it right now, so they're not even giving me a chance to play this. I'm just being for real. They're not. They're coming back for it right now. Like, they're literally not even giving me a chance to play this. They're coming back for it right now. SPY is hunting the lower levels of liquidity down here. So ES finally took out this. So they took that out when they swept that just now. We're at the LOD. Did they feel this? No, by 1 point. They're going to come back and they're going to attack this. So they finally took that out and they finally filled those orders right there. So they finally completed what I was waiting on them to complete. ES is now trying to find some strength because of that volume imbalance, but it still wants to go lower. I'm sorry, QQQ. So that volume imbalance, but it still wants to go lower. Oh, shit, they filled it to the tick. So I can delete this. They filled that to the tick. Got to be on alert. Guys, I'm just reading this market and I'm updating it in real time. Hold on. I'm gonna go drink some water real quick. Hold on.
I'm back. Hey guys, I'd appreciate a follow. Thanks. Okay. If you don't mind me sharing, how much did you profit in the month of August and July? What's this? August? August from trades from our Charles Schwab, I made about 25,000. And then I made about 7,000 in withdrawals from one account from Apex. But I got banned a few weeks ago, like a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, however long ago it was, from Apex. So I'm just now restarting over because I do eval instant pass. So I'm just now restarting over. I'm just being honest. But normally on average, it don't really matter about the months. Normally on average, though, I make about 20 to 30,000 a month minimum from Apex alone. That does not include my Charles Schwab or my swing trading. As of right now, I'm not up shit because I got about 120,000 in Lulu and they keep dumping. So I'm not really doing too hot on that one. I'm just being honest. Okay. And they're at the HVL 0 to T on QQQ. They're heating this up to the downside. They're going to flush this. This is heating up. They're now to within 0.1% of filling this gap. They might do this in one swoop. Do you guys remember when I said, hey, you better hope that they come down here and they do something like this? This market is at the decision zone right now. They're either going to flash dump this and fill this gap and fully liquidate everybody right now, or they're going to bounce this market immediately. But they have to go now. If they dance this around here, they're going to come here. We're just updating this in real time as we're seeing this. So my decision in order for me to get out here proved to be correct. That is why you're a risk manager. That is why whenever the trade starts to go green, you don't start losing your mind. If you were wrong, you have to admit that you're wrong and you have to move on so you can survive. Look at what the fuck they're doing here to this market. They're dumping this shit. They're now to within 0.1% of filling this gap. They have done the impossible today. They gapped it up and then they fully reversed this shit. And they're not stopping. I don't even think they're going to stop at 579 on QQQ because that looks too perfect to me. That just looks too perfect to me. That just doesn't make much sense to me. The low is 578.99. It is the same exact logic, and that's why I said that's why I said when we did this, why I said I don't like that, and then they did this. The low of the day now is 578.99. Do you think that they're going to do it again? I would say so. I would not trust this. That doesn't mean that they can't bounce this, but you're trying to catch a falling knife here. That's dangerous. You don't want to play with dangerous. What makes the most sense to me now at this particular moment in time, it's starting to bounce this a little bit. But I also don't want to short this because we are at the LOD and there is only 30 minutes left in this day. I want to try and salvage something and get something here. I want to do that. But I just don't like that. They keep on giving me things that I just don't like. I'm sorry, I just 578.99. I don't like that. It was the same way it was the same reason why I got out here. If they would have flushed us a little bit more, then I would have held on. But I just figured that they were going to attack it again. It's the same logic here. So I just keep on updating this in real time just as I'm reading this. And now this is not something that's from ICT. Like this is just from me studying the psychological patterns of this market. And then once I understood that there was a program that was doing this, it all made sense. It all made sense because then I stopped thinking that buyers and sellers are controlling this. Because I used to go, bro, who the fuck is buying this? Who the hell keeps selling down here? We are at the LOD. Why they're doing it again? Why? Please go up. But it's falling on deaf ears because it's just a computer program. It's just trying to fill orders. That's it. It's actually trying to help you. It's not trying to hurt you. It's trying to help you. It's just that you just don't understand what it's doing. So, and you can't manage your risk off it because you keep trading trend lines. So you got to manage your risk. And you got to know when to admit defeat, and you got to know when to move forward so you can survive. I'm just being honest. That's the huge part of this. So they're there again. Remember when? Okay, so they're there again. Remember when I said I don't trust round hole numbers? Guys, this is not pre-recorded. Okay, so they just took it out. 578.97. Maybe a little bit better, but I still don't like how they did that. I think that they want to flush this shit. I'm just being honest with you. I think that they're fooling around. But at least it's not a super perfect number like 579.99 or 580 on the dot. Or 579 on the dot. So as of right now, I'm currently reevaluating this in real time. So I can switch over from QQQ because I'm looking at that on my left screen. Next, what's going on with ES? So SPX is 0.13%. You better pray to God that they bounce their shit and they give you a huge bullish imbalance where you can manage your risk off of. So like they shoot this up into here like in a straight line so you know, man, you know what, there's only 30 minutes left in the day, they're not going to come back down. If they dance this around in here like this, within the 10th of a percent, they're going to flush this. They might even use a 350 macro to do it if that's the case. So there's 30 minutes left, 40 minutes left in this day. If they dance this around here like this, for the 350 macro, remember what happened yesterday. Remember what I said yesterday, the 350 macro, and they went to exactly there. They're just going to do the opposite. They're going to flush this shit and then bounce it. But if they do this and they shoot up into here and they get to, like, let's just say 0.25% away, 0.3% away with only 30 minutes left, and we get a bullish imbalance to hold this market up, they will not fill this gap today. Then we might be able to maybe squeak something out, possibly. But we better hope and pray. What we got? 579. 578.93 is the low. We got this 1 minute SIBI here. ES looks like it's trying to shoot up now. So they took this out here in a decent way. Not bad. So they took this out here. Oh shit, and they took this one out here. Okay, both. Okay, that's not good. That candle right there is not good. That candle right there is telling me that they're trying to go lower immediately. That's not good. I'm gonna be honest, that's not good. How I'm seeing that, that's not good. It's not good. That's telling me that they're really trying to come here. This right here, being damn near a perfect level like that, that's not good either. They're gonna smash that now. They're gonna retarget this. Guys, I'm saying this stuff out loud so that you can see and so that you can understand what I'm looking at. So I'm calling this market out in real time based off of its behavior patterns so that you can see it. I'm really not even looking at the 0.06% on the candles and this and that and the hanging man candles and the fully bullish engulfing. No. This is just full blown trading psychology and just understanding the behavior patterns of this market. This has nothing to do with bull and bear flags or anything like that. This is literally just stripping trading down to its chrome. If they're now to within 1/8 of a percent, they're going to flush this. This right here is where they're coming, and they're going to come here fast. They're now to within 0.06% of filling this gap. This is dangerous to the downside. Charlie Kirk dying tank market. I heard about that. What the hell happened to Charlie Kirk? I heard he got shot on my newswire. Thanks, man. I'm down 300 today. Just made $80 back. Can you send me a sigil? You made $80 back. Good job. A sigil, he says. Signal. I was a signal, but this is not an alert service. You got to learn how to. You actually got to learn how to read here. Learn how to trade this market here. What we got? What was I gonna do? political activist. He got shot at Utah University, man, in hospital. I gotta do some research on Charlie Kirk. I'm not too familiar with him. See, I really don't care too much about politics because I noticed that they're all puppets, and politics are just meant to divide us people. I've noticed that. So I really don't care about who's president and who's not. I really don't. I only care about whether or not these numbers are going to print. Because when they stop printing, then I know something's wrong. And society, as we know it, will end. So anything else is fully irrelevant to me. I'm just being honest with you. It's fully irrelevant. But man, that's sad to know that he got shot. It's not good. Sorry to hear that. Life is very, very precious. They are within a 10th of a percent of doing this. Are they gonna do it or not? 323. Are they gonna save this for the 350 macro? Should I take a flyer? But there are no imbalances here. We're in no man's land on QQQ. There is no safety. There's just no safety. This right here is just what's next. This 15-minute Bissy, from what I've seen, that's just what's next. So like, if they flush this, they can complete the gap fill. I'm just analyzing this. If they flush this, they can complete the gap fill on SPX, and they can tap into a 15-minute Bissy. Yeah, Charlie Kirk, yeah. Hopefully he's okay. I don't think he passed away. I don't think so, because I haven't seen it yet. What is Charlie Kirk known for, Bedhead? I know you probably know. Or anybody. Like, what's he known for at TikTok? Like, what's he known for? Debates? Oh. You actually debate people. Decision Zone. They got shot in the neck, think they hit an artery. Jeez. Yeah, that's not good. Hope he's okay. I don't like some of his debates, but I don't wish death on the dude. Yeah. He is a conservative activist that does debates. There's a Wickwits here that they're probably going to target. Let's see. What is next? $323 and $326. Excuse me. They're to within a 10th of a percent of filling this gap. They shoot up a little bit, Kenny says, yeah. NQ is trying to find strength right now in comparison to SPX. If you notice, SPX is trying to fill this gap. SPX is trying to go lower and NQ is trying to fight now. Look at the difference. SPX is trying to go lower and SPX is trying to go lower and NQ is at least trying to put up a fight. But it might give up the ghost if SPX wants to flush this to the floor. This right here is the next major draw in liquidity. They've taken out 3 major draws of liquidity. They might do this in one swoop. This is going to be everything that's going to be up for today. I'm going to explain it to you. We bounced off a 30-minute 200 EMA. Oh, okay.
I got a question. Does TikTok want me to give the explanation for what I think the 350 macro is going to be again today? Do you guys want me to give what I have been observing and what I think the 350 macro is going to be today? Discord, do you want me to do the 350 macro again today? For what I think, and then the probabilities of something playing out if it does. So you have to use your education again, and you have to use risk management. But a shitload of people made money yesterday. Ray says yes. Okay, Ray says yes. What about TikTok? You guys want me to do the 350 macro again today, TikTok? Like how we did yesterday? He says yes. One yes. Brandon says yes. Were you here yesterday for the 350 macro, Brandon? I can't remember. Were you? Who was here for the 350 macro yesterday on TikTok? I know Discord was, obviously. Oh, you were? Okay, you were. Okay, you were here. Okay. So Shaquana, you were here yesterday? Were you here yesterday for the 350 macro? Jaden was. No, she says yeah. Okay, good. So this is what I'm thinking. This is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking this. These are the scenarios because no one knows what they could do within the next 20, 30 minutes. That's what I'm thinking. If they keep this sideways like this and if they keep it tight, I think that what makes the most sense is for them to use the 350 macro to then flush this here. That's what I'm thinking. But however, I don't like that trade because that means that you're shorting the low of the day. So I don't necessarily like that one. So on that one, I might want to wait. The trade setup that you could take is that within the next 10 or 15 minutes, they flush this right here. If they flush this and if they complete this objective here, they will have then completed this gap fill. And then when they complete that gap fill, they're probably going to do this. They're probably going to keep it here for like 1 or 2 minutes. The 350 macro, you can then manage your risk off of one of these SIBIs or something, or one of these BISIs. The 350 macro is then probably going to turn bullish. And they're probably going to shoot this shit to the moon. So honestly speaking, my rules state that I don't like to short the LOD. I don't. So if they keep it sideways, I think that they're going to target this liquidity right over here on the 350 macro and then bounce it slightly. But I'll look into possibly setting something up, but they got to target this now, complete it, and then do nothing for the 350 macro, and then use the 350 macro to then shoot it, to then fill orders, and then to target upside liquidity for the last 10 minutes of the day, or the last 5 or 6 minutes of the day, whatever it is, because they might shoot it for 5 minutes and then reverse it. But just know that they're going to target upside liquidity. That's just what I personally think. I'm paying $5 grand to the first 5 people to message me luck. Okay, yeah, we're going to block you. 350 macro is typically bullish. No, it's not. Don't think like that. I used to think that too. The only reason why the 350 macro is typically bullish is because we're in positive HVL. So they have to, for every buy order that comes in, they just meet it with a sell order. So every sell order that comes in, they meet it with a buy order. So if it goes up, it just goes up and more people like to buy it. That's why it's typically bullish. But see, you've never really seen a 350 macro in negative HVL. So yeah, I guess you could say it's typically bullish maybe. But don't draw no conclusions from that because they could do anything. It just tends to target upside liquidity. I had to block that guy. I'm taking a long right now. He says. Crazy world we live in, Jay says. Jesus. So, hey, send that video in here. Oh, I see it. Let's watch that. Holy shit. Holy shit, he caught one straight to the neck. Yeah, nah, he's cooked.
Not counting gang violence. Great.
I'm not gonna lie, he's cooked. I just seen that Jay, he's cooked. Yeah, bloody warning. Do not watch that if you don't, if that messes with you. He's cooked. He's cooked. He's done. I just saw that happen in real time. He's done. I'm not gonna lie, he's done. And that doesn't look like a, I don't know. I don't know what kind of, don't watch that if you don't like, I really don't like blood, and even that got to me a little bit. That was kind of crazy. Now they're shooting us up here. I think that they're going to nullify the 350 macro because of this. I don't think they're going to come back for this. They're too far away for them to target for them to use the 350 macro and shoot this far. They're not going to do that. That's too far away. That's too far away as of right now. If they keep this in this range, that's too far away. So I'm actually looking for longs as of right now. That's too far away. I'm being honest. That's too far away. No. A 15-minute Sibby here. So they're doing what I thought that they were going to do for the 1150 macro a little bit early. They need, guys, the 350 macro, in order for it to work, there has to be like scenarios going on. I'm just being honest. There has to be like scenarios playing out. I don't like trading during this time of the day. There's only 20 minutes left. But they're targeting upside liquidity now after they've swept numerous areas. They bounced to 200 ticks in a straight line. I have a huge 1 right here. Projecting a 5 and a 15. I think that they're going to start targeting upper levels of liquidity like how I thought that they were going to do for the 350 macro. I don't think that this is bearish at this point in time. I'm just being honest. They're going to have to prove that to me. I don't think that this is bearish. I think that this is a bullish short term. But there's only 20 minutes left in this day, though. And I don't want to chase this. Nothing. Today was tough, man. Today was very frustrating for me. Very frustrated. I'm not gonna lie, I'm very frustrated. Daenerys says, yeah, he's gonna meet his maker. I don't know. We all gotta meet the maker sooner or later. Some earlier than others. But that was kind of crazy. I just saw that. Yeah, I just saw that. Someone was recording him actually when that happened. That was crazy. If they give me a pullback like somewhere in the here, I'll consider long it. Like maybe like off this busy or something. It's taking a flyer. But if they flash this, then I'm not gonna catch no knife. Man, shit, what a day. Jesus Christ. P&L for today. What is your P&L for today? Break even. Ray. Ray, you can see it. You can see it right over here. On the right side. You can see my whole screen, Ray. Good job. Blurry. Oh, it's blurry? Hold on. Guys, is my screen blurry on Discord? Discord, is my screen blurry? Is my screen blurry? Please say yes or no. No. Want to know. It needs to be crystal clear. No. Okay, 2 no's. Okay. Might be your internet. Some old white dude in a dress shot him. Really? Mm. Hmm. The target on lower lows liquidity here. This right here. 338, 10 minutes until the 350 macro. Hmm. We're rejecting this 5 and this 15 minute here. I'm about to go half size on an entry level, on an entry one. I'm about to go half. Hold on. I'm about to go half size on an entry level long. Quality of this trade is about a C again. This is going to be my last trade of the day. I'm about to go. Hold on. I'm watching this though. I'm watching this shit. Half size. It's right here at this 1 minute Bissy I was looking at, but I'm watching this. I'm watching this shit shaking out. I'm watching how close they get to this, because this right here is a huge draw on liquidity right now. 340. They're getting to it at about 340 now. They might heat this up to the downside. I'm watching this. SPX is not playing along. NQ is trying to go higher, but SPX is saying, no, I want to go lower. They're trying to come here. Uh-oh. Quality of that trade got invalidated based off what I just saw just now. They're here. Again, they are now to within 0.1% of doing this. Okay, if they dance this around in here, what I said is still valid now. If they dance this around in here and they keep this down here into the 350 macro, they're going to flush this. So that other scenario that I said could very well play out. If they flash this within the next 4 or 5 minutes, expect them to bounce this for the 350 macro. I'm just being honest with you. So they're right back there again. NQ is actually trying to go higher, but SPX is saying no. They're here. That's not looking good. $340 timestamp. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. They're not coming back for that. This is bullish. This is bullish. Look at that candle. Wow. What a day. They're teasing us. Look at that. Yeah. NQ was trying to go higher, but SPX is saying no. That's why I didn't take that trade. Incredible. That's just incredible, dude. 341. $341. Right in the 15-minute SIBI. Next drawn liquidity is right here. Look at that. Hmm. They're dancing us around here. They're targeting higher levels of liquidity. They're not going to fill that gap today. Nope, they're not going to do it today. That's again they're a little bit too far away for this gap fill to work out on the 350 macro. They're not going to do it. They're going to leave this. This is bullish. Bullish. It's the end of the day. I don't want to try and catch a falling knife here. Right here, there's a 1 minute SIBI. What'd you have me for? What do you do with KLR? Hold, sell? What are you talking about? It's good on TikTok, you said, Brandon says. You think they come down to the 350? I don't know. I was thinking that they were going to shoot this up for the 350 macro, but they decided to shoot it up beforehand. That was just what I was thinking. So that play is just invalidated. They're just shooting it up because I figured that they were going to start targeting higher levels of liquidity for the 350 macro. But I wanted them to sweep this. Like, I'm sorry, not that. I want them to gap fill here and dancing around. Then they were going to shoot it up, but they decided to shoot it up. So with them shooting this up right now into 350, that just tells me that 350 macro is probably going to be a huge indecision. It's going to be a dud today, just based off from what I've seen. So that wouldn't surprise me, not one bit. But not surprise me, not one bit. So they took out this liquidity right here that I said. This right here is next on the table for where they're coming to. That and then this. Look at that. He died, unfortunately. Yeah, nah. Shiloh says, Shiloh, once I saw that video, I knew he was done. There's no way he was gonna be able to come back from that. That was just too egregious, and the loss of blood was too. It was just ridiculous. He lost too much blood. Instantaneously, I saw that. No, that wasn't good. I'm telling you, no, that was not good. Excuse me, that was not good. No, that was not good right there. 346. We're rejecting this 1 minute SIBI right here on ES. We're rejecting this 1 minute SIBI over here on ES. And on the other side, guys, listen. I am going to try to play the 350 macro with you guys right here. But however, you have to understand that the quality of this trade is going to be a D. I am going to try to use the 350 macro to try and target this level of liquidity up right here. So like if they give me a pullback in here, I am willing to hold for about 3 to 5 minutes for the 350 macro to play out. So the quality of this trade is going to just be a full-blown psychological play and manage. And why am I willing to play that? Because I have this 1 and this 1 on ES, if that makes sense. But they got to give me a pullback here, and I think that they're going to use the 350 macro to then target this and this in particular. But they have to give me a pullback into these 1 minute, into one of these bitches here. If they take it out beforehand, then then I guess I just cannot play it, right? So they have to give me like more than they can't just shoot it up and just go sideways for 3 minutes and then I buy because I'm buying the top. Like they gotta give me like a pullback. Like they have to do this so that I can play this to then get a decent upside. But if they just go straight up in a straight line, then they just go without me. I'm just being honest. It's just what I'm thinking. It's just what I'm honestly thinking. So they got to give me a pullback here within the next 1 or 2 minutes here. I think that at a minimum they're going to come here for the 350 macro at a minimum. That right there is where I'm targeting. So now they're taking out this second level that I was looking at. But I think that for the 350 macro they're probably going to come here. On ES, that's what I'm looking at. That's what I'm trying to play. So I'm looking for a pullback into here, and as it coincides with that, I'll possibly be able to target that for the 350 macro. But you better manage your risk, and you better go half size, because anything can happen for the 350 macro. These orders are going to come in fast. Looks to me like they might not give it to me, because they're going to force me to buy the top here, and I don't like buying the top. I don't like that. So as of right now, this is probably D-, because you're buying the top. They didn't give me a pullback, so I don't like that. But this 350 macro is going to kick off in about 40 seconds. This is what I would expect from the 350 macro. I would expect a flash pump up into here, and then for them to take out this liquidity, and then for them to pull us back. I'm just being 100% real with you. That's just, we'll see, but that's just what I think in the next 20 minutes, or within the next 20 seconds. I think that they're going to flash this up and then target this liquidity up into here. It just makes the most sense to me. And you got to be on alert when I say that makes the most sense to me. So we'll see. TikTok is 10 seconds behind. 3, 2, 1. They're targeting it now. So they flashed it up into there. They flashed it. And they teased it. But I still think they're going to come here again. They took it out. So they did exactly what I thought that they were going to do. That you guys, whenever I say, hey man, look, that makes the most sense to me. If you're thinking that doesn't make sense to me, that's a problem. That's a problem. That's a problem. Anyway. So yeah, I missed out. So this right here was what I was trying to do. They didn't give me a pullback into this so that I could target something a little bit higher. They just did sideways, so they just did it. I mean, guys, just because I know what they're gonna do doesn't mean that I can take it. Like it's just hard for me to describe, man. Like it's very frustrating whenever you can read it, but then they don't give you an opportunity in order for you to take it to manage your risk off. They're shooting this, man. They're doing exactly what I thought that they were going to do. Bullish. Trend trader. No. Not trend trader. Reading the market. Hard work. Today wasn't able to trade. Man, you didn't miss out on nothing. Today was garbage. Gotta head to work today. Chat. See you tomorrow. All right, Brandon. We'll see you tomorrow, Brandon. Have a good day at work. Have a good day at work, Brandon. We'll see you tomorrow, my brother. Bedhead made $2,200 on 2 accounts. Just hit. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Bedhead. So Bedhead took the exact same play that I was looking at, but he just had just a better risk tolerance. What indicators? Just FVG indicators. That's it. So Bedhead took the play, as you can see. So Bedhead took what I was looking at. Good for him. At least he made it. Sound the horn. Do it. Sound the alarm. What a trade, man. Hey, I got a question. Did anybody in here take that or no?
Did anyone take that 350 macro besides Bedhead? No, guys. Yeah, guys, they just didn't give me a pullback into this, so I figured that they were going to take this out here. Did anyone take that? Shirley says yes. Cause You're Beautiful says yes. Anyone else? Hey, man, look, if y'all going to take these plays, y'all better say, hey, thank you, or hey, good call, hey, you know what I'm saying? Something now. Now, listen, when I say, hey, man, this just makes the most sense to me. You just manage your risk, because I'm telling you that shit makes the most sense to me. Or y'all going to make more money than me in here from just being in here. Sorry, I was locked in, she says. You was locked in, Shirley? I know. I know. So 2 for 2. Good job. All right. Some people made some money. Good job. Mickey, did you take that, Mickey? How you doing, Mickey? You know, I'm always thinking about you. How you doing? Shiloh. Oh, Shiloh. Cause You're Beautiful says yes. So, got some good people. Did anyone look at that and did anyone short that and say, man, I don't know what he's talking about? Let me short that. Did anyone try to inverse me? I got too sidetracked, he says. Okay, maybe next time. Maybe next time, our brother. Anybody else? Good day. Great day. We managed our risk. It was okay. Slight delayed gratification. It'll be all right. Tomorrow will be a better day. Buy justice for Catlin coin. What is that? For Caitlin coin. What is that? No pumping. No pumping, Jose. Tabby's on. Come on, man. No pumping. It's 4 minutes left in this day. I can't even take a trade. Oh, boy. What a day. At least we still got it that counts. This entire day. I feel, hey man, at least some people made some money so I can live through you guys. Bullish. Man. Uh-oh, Murdoch typing. Ooh, what's Murdoch got going on? Where he been at? What a trade, Bedhead. What a trade, my boy. What a trade. You scratch my back for $29 a month, Bedhead. I scratch your back for $2,500. How's that? A day. My $29. I'm just teasing her. You know you my guy. I'm just teasing. You know you my dude. That's a hell of a trade. Hey y'all. I passed 2 Apex evals today. Let's blow the horn. Let's sound the alarm. Here comes the
money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Dollar, dollar. Dollar.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Dollar, dollar. Dollar.
Good job, girl. Trying to figure out how to copy trade them because I wasn't paying attention. Got one trade of it and one wheelchair. Oh boy. I'm just about to give you some praise, Mama Trades. What's going on? Why you did that? Like, I don't like wheelchair at all. No, wheelchair is trash. What I've seen. Oh man, I guess you gotta learn both. Yeah, I know that's messed up, but hey, knowledge is key, right? Nasty work, yeah. Knowledge is key. Hold on, so I got a question. So, well, oh, so you passed them individually, okay. Not bad. People are passing these accounts all day. All right, Murdoch. Yeah, Murdoch got some good work. I'm going to do another trade event one and keep the well chart for whatever. I think that's a smart idea. Good job, Mama Trades. Great job. All right, guys. It's about to be 4 o'clock. Like how I always say, does anyone have any questions? Does anyone have any questions? If not, I'll see you guys tomorrow, guys. I apologize for only taking one trade today. But today was just garbage from what I've seen. I tried to take a flyer on one. It was a C and it didn't work out, so I tried to manage my risk. So I got out of break even and they just kept on showing me things that I just didn't like. I think tomorrow will be a better day, but tomorrow's CPI. I will be, guys, I will be live streaming in Discord Eval Instant Pass tomorrow. So I'll be on a little bit early for the Eval Instant Pass, okay? So I'll do that. But make sure you got your stuff set up tonight. If you got any questions, just DM me. But it's fairly simple. So I'm going to do Eval Instant Pass tonight, guys. All right, I'm going to get it set up for the night. Get that done at some point tomorrow. So I'll be on a little bit early. Everybody inside Discord. I will be doing Eval Instant Pass with Bullinox because I already got a shitload of accounts with Apex already as it is. Just sitting there. Alrighty, guys. Like I always say, if you made money today, great job. If you lost money today, it's okay. Learn from it. We're going to improve. You're going to improve, okay? If you blew the account, I'm sorry. Learn. Just put it on ice and continue to learn a little bit more, okay? It's okay. Hey, man, look. I'm going to block you. Wait. No, I'm not going to block you, Jose, because I can't see the timestamp. So if you send that again, I'm going to block you. If you blew the account, you need to learn. But life is very hard. It's very, very hard, and it's hard to make money. So don't be fooled here. Because in life, it is hard to make money. It's very simple with this once you understand what's going on, as you can see. The Discord and community page link is in my bio. It's $11 a month, and it's $11 a month and for knowledge, and $29 a month for Discord. You will learn how to master trading here with us, but you just got to give it just a little bit of time. So I say a few months. Just paper trade for like a few weeks, and then trade on the eval. You'll be okay for like a few weeks, and then you can start the 1K to 50K challenge with us. Or when we're on step 2, you just be on step 1. It's okay. Take your time. There's no rush on anything. But like I always say, because life is very, very hard and it's not easy. I love you, and we'll be here tomorrow. I love every last one of you guys, okay? I seriously do. I may not know any of you, but you guys are especially the Insider family. You guys are my family. And I take this seriously when it comes to you guys. Seriously. So I love all you guys, and I'll see you guys tomorrow bright and early. All right? 9:40, 9:45 about on TikTok. And I will get it from there. I'll be live in Discord at about 8 o'clock in the morning. So we can get that done, the Eval Instant Pass. Shirley says, see y'all tomorrow. Have a blessed day. See you tomorrow, Shirley. We'll see you later. Message me if you need something, okay, Shirley? Let me if you need something, all right? All right, Shiloh. See you tomorrow. Yeah, what's good? Yeah. Save now is the code. Thank you. Can't hear us? See you guys tomorrow. I love you guys. Talk soon. DM if you need something. What a day.